So this is session 101. Who remembers what happened last time? And the punishment that Clave took.
Yeah. Ah, the punishment. The Clave is fine. Well, I know we exited the caves, kind of like we were like in like a gully sort of thing, but assumed we were being pursued. Hoped we had hidden ourselves well enough.
Yeah, you hid yourselves quite well. Clave had managed to hide the group pretty well once his tiny hut went up.
Not well enough, clearly. But I sent Kepri out to scout. Didn't hear from her for a while, so I went out to look for her.
Right.
Then
And
she came back.
Clave set up his tiny hut while she was away. So she was locked out of the tiny hut. But she
Yeah.
couldn't find it anyway. Because it was so well camouflaged. So then a bunch of people flew up on hippogriffs. And you had seen hippogriff, at least companies of hippogriffs flying around, searching for you in the ravines between the various mesas at the foothills of these mountains. But they only one group of 10 managed to find you. They managed to flank you, though, landing on both sides of the tiny hut and advancing upon your position, saying that they knew you had to be in there somewhere.
They
They
literally run into it and then dispelled it.
Right.
Yep.
They didn't see it until they basically bounced into it. And then one of the two Goliath clerics managed to dispel it. A fight ensued, and you managed to beat these assassins and these clerics. You then tamed more or less 3 of the hippogriffs. Clave was unconscious, having been knocked out more than once in the course of that fight, and very annoyed to be healed in the course of that fight because that just meant more punishment.
Yeah.
And more levels of exhaustion every time he came back to consciousness.
He was
But then,
pretending to be down. And then stupid Zarius had to go and be like, "Oh, I will heal you." just and then another guy's like, "Oh, I can stab him again." Let's do that.
Hey, that wound isn't gushing blood anymore. Glad we fixed that.
So you took some of the hippogriffs, you flew off and found a sort of proper cave to hide in. And there you managed to get a long rest. Zarius used Greater Restoration to get rid of some of Clave's levels of exhaustion, mostly because he didn't want Clave slowing him down, is what I gathered.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you're gonna be with us, goddammit, you're not gonna hold us back.
You discovered on further investigation that Kepri had at some point probably been killed and was raised, as the residual wounds looked like they probably would have been fatal. But she doesn't really have any memory of any of that. She remembers falling and being on the ground and coming to after being unconscious, but she doesn't remember being dead. And she doesn't remember anybody raising her. You then windwalk north in the general direction of the Gates of Sul. The skies, by the way, are very still overcast. Like there's intense cloud cover, which is unusual for the desert and entirely unnatural. But you're sort of hoping that you will see the settlement around the Gates of Sul, as otherwise it may be hard to make out in the distance. But as you cleared into the Valley of Akados, where you could see the ancient burial structures of the Dragonborn that have been constructed here for the past 1,000 years. So there are a number of tombs in this valley. Uh, flying over those mountains, though, you came back to the open desert, where you saw two large-sized demonic snakes with human-like eyes, by which I mean they have like whites in their eyes, and round pupils rather than snake-like pupils, that seem to be chasing down two Dragonborn, both riding Pegasi. You could see flames rippling down the bodies of these giant black snakes. One of them got very close to the Pegasus, and the Pegasus burst into flames and immediately began to plummet. The two snakes then continue to follow the other rider, but you're still in your cloud forms. So that's where we start.
And I can't use the Veil Warriors for another 7 days.
Right. I forgot. The Veil Warriors appeared because you used them in the fight to help whittle down the numbers and provide extra targets for the various assassins. Aurelia's
And
mother.
My mother
was-
appeared. Yeah.
Right. Aurelia's mother appeared as one of the Veil Warriors, although the Veil Warriors themselves didn't know that much about why she was there. They attributed it to the Cat Lord and some mischief of his. She was only around for one round, though, and
I-
had some message that she was going to give to Aurelia, but she got targeted pretty quickly and vanished in a puff of smoke when she was killed.
I just loved Aurelia's reaction because it was at best mild annoyance to see her mother
Eh,
again.
You don't want your mom and dad show up at your thing. You're there with your friends, cramping your style. You don't want that. So, you feel pretty certain watching this scene that these snakes will probably wind up catching this Pegasus eventually.
You say there was a rider as well?
Yeah, both of the Pegasi had Dragonborn on them. Right now, so one obviously went plummeting to the earth when his Pegasus caught on fire.
Well, we're not invisible in Windwalk form this time, so that's good. So we can kind of see each other.
Right.
I guess T-Hole would wait to see what Zarius does. Because if Zarius doesn't care about these Dragonborn, then T-Hole is not likely to care about these Dragonborn either.
Yeah, but is he going to care about him if they die and he wants to carry him around?
That's true. There's one on the ground.
We don't.
Although
Yeah,
You may need a bag to pick up the pieces.
we do need a new Dragonborn to haul around.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we could do very little. And it takes a whole minute to transform back. So
Alright, I'm gonna roll a percentile to see what Clave's gonna do. Under 25%, we'll try something. Yeah, he's not in any mood.
I feel like Zarius would use his current immense speed to sort of try and circle and draw attention away from them, and then just if he can get their attention, start zooming off, knowing that they can't catch him.
Trying to think of what sort of check that would be. I mean, you're not invisible in Windwalk form, so they can definitely see you, especially if you're trying to make your presence known.
Mhm.
Well, what check do you think this would be? Persuasion? Performance?
I don't even know.
Do you circle them like a menacing cloud? So
Yeah,
intimidation.
I go dark, like a small storm cloud.
Wait, so Zarius, you're going to fly around him?
Yep.
Alright, well, in that case, Clave is gonna keep moving in the same direction. But as he passes, he will telepathically, speak into that enemy's mind and say, "Hey, asswipe."
So how,
Yeah, there we go.
how big a circle are you doing around them? I mean, they're moving, at like 90 feet around, 90 feet fly speed, but pretty much in a straight line.
Okay.
So
Have I
how-
seen them like launch any ranged attacks at
You
all?
have not, no, you've not seen that. Although the Pegasus that burst into flames, it's not like the creature, the snake creature actually caught it. It just got close.
Could I estimate how close?
Like within 10 feet.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is that the first time I'm gonna like rush like 20 feet near them, like real close, kind of, I'm buzzing the tower, Uh but then I circle around trying to get their attention at that point. But at that point I circle out like, I don't know, probably like 65 feet.
So the
Rough
first time you're basically buzzing
Basically,
them
I'm
at 20
buzzing
feet.
through around them, and then and then starting to circle around.
Okay, so make me, I guess, a persuasion check.
Sure. Uh,
Well, I
Unless I get-
reload roll 20.
yeah, it's rolling. It's going pretty slow
Wow.
right now. I rolled really well. Apparently, I forgot to roll on the actual D&D Beyond, but roll 20 is being real slow right now.
Yeah,
So
my internet except Zoom is out. Zoom is the only thing that can currently connect to my internet. So I might have to reboot my computer really quick, or at least restart my router. So I'll be if I blip out. That's why.
so both of these snakes veer off and begin to follow you. Although when you're within 20 feet, roll for initiative with advantage.
Oof. Maybe it'll slowly get there.
It's taking its time.
It's still rolling. Oh,
They may be able to beat that. Just barely. But so when you get within 20 feet, they do begin to follow you. One of them, however, immediately flares and a fireball sized thing appears around it that extends out the 20 feet. So all of you just see Zarius's little wisp of cloud gets close to it, and a burst of fire just fills the sky in a sphere around this thing. Make me a dex save.
not a problem. We'll get there. Hold on. Might restart my browser.
So you take half that damage.
And half again because I'm resistant to fire.
Yeah. So 12 and 4.
Oh, I guess the force, I still take just normal half, right?
Right. So 12 force damage.
Got it. 12 and 4. Yeah.
but they are now following you.
Perfect.
And you are sufficiently faster than them that we don't have to worry about them getting within 20 feet of you. But where are you going now?
I'll just keep heading in the direction that we need to go, and then
Not true.
I-
The one that flared, almost immediately after you, it's following you for a few seconds, and then it veers off and begins flying towards the ground. But it's not chasing the remaining rider. It seems to be headed in the direction of the fallen rider.
okay. Was it there was
It is
just the one
so-
thing?
Sorry,
Or
what was that?
Were there two with the flying?
There were two
creatures?
Pegasi originally, but one of them burst into flames and fell.
But there was only one hostile creature.
There were two
There
snake
were
creatures.
two of those, right? Yeah. Okay.
So there's
What's the
one
other one
snake
doing?
creature still following you. The one that burst into the fireball is famished and needs to eat.
Um. Well, I guess I can't save both of them.
Oh, that one's, you can be pretty sure that one's dead. It's
Yeah,
hit the
it-
ground.
That was a long
mean,
fall, I guess. I don't know how high up we are, but yeah.
You are about 500 feet up.
Okay.
And you don't even see flames anymore as it hit the sand hard enough that the flames went out.
All right.
But the other Pegasus seems to be getting away at this point.
All right. So yeah, I'll taunt it kind of. So like I'll zoom out, kind of stop a little bit, circle, and then keep zooming away, never allowing it to like get close enough. Until it seems like that guy got away. Like for
So-
sure. And then I'll just dip out in the direction we need to go. Anyways.
Okay. So how close are you allowing it to get as you're taunting it?
I like 100 feet, maybe. Yeah, like within 100 feet. Then I got 300 feet of movement. So like it's
Okay.
nothing.
What you discover in playing this game is that periodically when you stop and you start to go again, it has a burst of movement. It's not enough to catch you, but it seems as if it is able to sometimes put in this extra burst of movement that it just covers, 20, 30 feet just in a split second, in a blink of an eye. But it's still far enough away that even with that little advantage it has, it can't catch you in this form. What are other people doing while Zarius is doing this
Laughing
in cloud?
in cloud.
Lapsing cloud.
Yeah, I mean, T-Hole's amused. He's willing to play the game, and just fuck with some demons. It reminds him of old times.
Yeah. And then like I said, once I think the Pegasus Rider got away, I'll just keep going. We got a place to be, so we'll just keep heading that direction.
Okay, so you continue north. Everybody make me perception checks.
I'm at disadvantage.
Start mine.
I'm also at disadvantage, I guess.
So Zarius, only you notice that off to the east, you do see what looks like just on the edge of your sight under this overcast sky, what might be the town of Sule that is adjacent to the gates.
Okay.
So everybody then veers off in that direction. Eventually you do see the standing stones of the gates of Sule. The town circles it a at least it exists in a semicircle around it, but at a respectful distance from the actual stones themselves. You notice immediately as you're getting close, a series of large cages and 4 even larger giants. This top stone of the Gate of Sule has been removed, so that there are now 2 upright stones with the top stone just resting on the sand nearby. You also see 2 of these, or initially you see 2 of these snake-like creatures you just fought. You then see 2 more of the snake-like creatures. One of the cages you realize is filled with Dragonborn. Another cage seems to be filled with some other sort of creature that you can't make out at this distance because you're several hundred feet up. And you can see smaller figures that seem to be yelling at the giants and telling them what tasks need to be done. They appear to be 3 Goliaths.
Can we tell who's yelling at the Giants?
3 Goliath,
So Goliaths are yelling at Giants.
yes. One of them is in fact riding on the back of one of the giants, but then the giant puts him down. So you would have seen, at least Zarius would be familiar with the Gates of Sule and know that that top stone is supposed to be on top of the 2 uprights. But it appears as though these giants, which are large even for giants, it appears as though they may have deconstructed the gate a bit.
Hopefully it still works.
And you realize as you get closer that there are actually 6 cages. Almost the other 4 cages are empty. There are a number of tracks in the sand as well, that may be from these giants. It's hard to say, but they're all over the place. It looks as if almost there was a large crowd at some point. You could see footsteps leading from and into all of the different cages. But as I said, 4 are empty now. 2 still have occupants.
What kind of creature are in the cage?
Dragonborn.
Draco? Yeah.
Dragonborn are in 1 cage. How close are you getting?
That's a good question.
So the city itself, or this town or whatever, is it just kind of like open, like out in the open, or
Yeah, there's no wall or anything like that around it.
no
Most-
oasis or anything like that
No,
nearby?
it's not big. Like it could maybe support maybe 500 people tops. Most of the buildings are 1 story. That said, you don't see anybody in the town. It may be cleared out. It may be that with these things all around the gate, everybody's fled or hiding inside. You don't know.
Or they're attempting to get inside and this is their offer.
I mean, there's a cage full with Dragonborn, and you have your encyclopedic knowledge. 1 cage of Dragonborn might be enough, but 4 empty cages may mean that they're collecting Dragonborn or that there were Dragonborn in there already that were taken out.
We need to find a place to sit down, but we can't really talk very well.
Why do we need to sit down? Why can't we just continue forward?
This is where we need to be.
Yeah, but we don't need to deal with them. We can just go on our way.
They're
don't we
literally
have
all
a
around the gate, like,
right? But
which we need to
we-
go through.
so then let's just go through it.
There's a whole ritual involved.
There's a ritual involved in going through the gate.
Yeah, we gotta like circle around it a number of times, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but I just remember there being a whole fucking
Do we
set of
have-
instructions.
Do we have to put our left foot in and our left foot out
Yeah.
and then shake it all about and then we can go inside?
So,
You have the keen mind. You would know this.
Yeah, I know, and I also have an email that probably also has the information.
There's probably a note
Yeah,
in
I
here
mean,
somewhere.
yeah, with your keen mind, you would know there's not actually so much of a ritual, but you were supposed to circle around the gate one full time before going through it. That's a anybody who's trained in Arcana could give me an Arcana check.
Once again, I'm at disadvantage
Why are you at
Okay.
disadvantage?
because I have a
One level
level of
of exhaustion.
exhaustion still.
Oh, okay.
I
Did
got
you have
rid of
two
just
going
enough.
into that rest?
I had 3 or
Okay.
4.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a couple.
I think I had 4.
I think I
Okay.
got rid of one. I think you got rid of one with a horn.
Does a long rest cure a level of exhaustion?
Just
Does.
one.
So you guys, so I rested one away, and you
Right.
guys cured 2.
Okay.
I have
Okay.
one left.
Just, I was making sure.
Mhm.
So Clave, from what you were told, you know that you have to circle around the gate that one time. The distance you were supposed to circle around it at was not clear, but from the map, it was a pretty good distance away. It was probably like 100 yards away that you have to be to do the circle. But you're pretty sure that if this is some sort of portal, that with the top stone removed, it probably won't work. That the gate probably forms, say that it's although the gate itself may or may not be visible to someone passing through it, without the top stone there, it's probably not going to work.
All right. Can I guesstimate about how heavy that top stone would be?
Yeah, make me an investigation check. You're not sure what the stone is made of. It appears to be sandstone, which tends to be relatively light. But it's still probably 6,000 pounds.
Okay, so well beyond the capacity of my telekinesis. So if I wanted to move it, I would have to actually use Mirage Arcane. Unless somebody
Yeah,
else
although
can move
that
6,000 pounds.
right. I don't know that Mirage Arcane can move the terrain around. It can change terrain, but it otherwise leaves the terrain intact.
Well, right, but if I use my Mirage Arcane to create an area that is, just kind of minimally changed, and then I use my illusory manipulation to kind of move things around, would that not work? Like I couldn't like just kind of move things around.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's as I proposed the spell, because as I'm remembering it, it doesn't actually affect the real terrain. It creates illusory terrain around on top of it.
But it is illusory, but it is indistinguishable from real
Right,
reality.
but it's not like, oh, I'm going to take this hill and make it taller. It's I'm taking this hill and I'm making a bigger hill that's into the illusion over the top of it. Or I'm taking this hill and I'm making it look like it's not there, and so it's treated as if it's not there.
The gate would have to make a save to see if it recognizes the change.
Right, but like if I, for example, use Mirage Arcane and I cause the terrain to cause a pillar to grow beneath the stone, and then use my illusory control to move that pillar towards the standing stones and then lower it on top, that wouldn't work.
I'm just reading the spell.
Yeah, also
We could
post
also,
the other relative related ability.
We could also just ask.
No, that's actually not the one. There it is.
So I'm still not sure. I probably would allow you to do it with some sort of check. I mean, like, for example, could you just use illusory terrain to burst real buildings open by changing the terrain and then slowly changing them until all the walls are pushed aside? I'm not sure what that's what the spell does, because it says the general shape of the terrain remains and you can alter buildings here and there. But with a check, I would probably allow it.
Okay. 'Cause otherwise, I don't have any idea how we would get it up.
We just ask. I'm sure those who is I'm sure those giants would be more than happy to put it back if we kill the Goliaths that are, or stop the Goliaths that are currently yelling at them.
The Goliaths and the Giants are in league.
Well, those ones don't look like they're in league.
It looks like a hierarchy. They're the ones in command. Oh, also,
Where are we having this
kind
conversation?
of going back.
It's in Clave's head.
Yeah,
telepathically.
telepathically. So one thing I want to point out with Maharaja and Kane, it says that you can alter the appearance of structures or add them where none are present.
Right. But like I
So-
said, I don't know that means you can move heavy objects that are there. Like you could definitely add a building, like you've done that before. But does that mean that you move the stone that's on the ground up because you're adding the building under it? I'm not sure that, I think you could build a building around the stone. I think you could make the stone appear like it's not there. You could make an identical stone that looks exactly like that stone, but it's actually an illusion that's like 1 foot higher or 10 feet higher.
Okay.
I am a little wary of your ability to completely destroy actual real town walls. Because if you can move this stone, then presumably you can fill cities with sand weighing enough to then just burst all the walls out.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's my next goal.
I thought that's what action points were for.
Right, well, hey, with an action point, Mirage Arcane can definitely get this stone back up on top. That's without question. But this is for free.
I mean, I think the precedent is set that it's not like the structures and whatnot that you have put together are necessarily strong. Like they could be brought down fairly easily. So this is a huge fucking stone.
I mean, I could certainly see the argument that like you know, incrementally using his malleable illusions slowly builds up like things underneath of it that slowly pushes it up. Like I said, though, I'm not sure that that's like, could the spell without malleable illusion move heavy objects? I don't know that that's what it's for.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
this-
think so. I think it's malleable illusion that gives it that
Right.
additional utility.
And was malleable illusion supposed to be used like that? I'm not sure. That's right either.
All right,
So,
well,
but that's the scene in front of you. You don't know whether or not if they're planning on going through the gate, then why do they have so many extra cages? Why did they take the stop stone off? If somebody's already gone through the gate, you're not sure. But what do you want to do?
If we were spied upon in any way, they might know of our goal to go through this place. So maybe they've come here to dismantle it.
It seems reasonable. I'm sure. Sure, word travels fast. I imagine.
We are apparently of some interest to people.
Paradana seems capable of creating demon flesh golems. I would say that some divination is not beyond her to get a sense of our inclination.
I don't know if Paradana's ever been particularly, concerned with us as members of the
Well-
Empire and whatnot, but these are not the Empire, obviously.
No,
Perhaps
but Paradana is in league with the demons, who are in league with the giants, who are in league with the Goliaths, and we just stole the key to bringing Fafnir into this realm. So if she wasn't motivated to care about us before, she has all the motivation that she needs now.
Well, I can tell you, she never cared about me. But maybe now she'll come calling.
Maybe we should just wait and see what these things do. And, just take some time.
why wait? You are a master of infiltration.
Why wait? Because there's only a couple of them, so I don't know who I would infiltrate as. Additionally, while I am a really great disguise artist, being a changeling, I can't imitate a giant. So I'm really reluctant to just take them head on without knowing more. We can wait a few hours just to kind of see what they're doing.
That's fair.
I mean, they might just leave, and then we can just move the stone.
That seems optimistic, but I don't see any harm in waiting.
I do not suggest we wait very long. If nothing else, we will just remove these obstacles from our way.
Okay. You weren't stabbed a dozen times 12 hours ago. I was. I'm not really in a position to throw my body recklessly into battle. If that's your goal and that's how you want to die, go for it. But I've come too close to death too often, too recently, to want to just go headlong into something that I don't know what I'm getting myself into. And frankly, it's disturbing that you're so willing to just go headlong into battle.
Is it? Like T-Hole looks quizzically at Zarius.
In Cloud? Quizzical
like-
Cloud.
Yeah, in Cloud, some wisps come off the eyebrow as he's raising it.
We must let. Perhaps we gather close as a cloud. But perhaps we are a low cloud. We can get closer.
Sky is overcast. We don't have too much blending in that we can't do.
That is true. I did forget about that. Why is it overcast?
Something that
Probably
you heard-
because whatever effect was around Dharma Shah is now here, because whoever was controlling that effect has been motivated to move.
We should also keep our eyes towards the sky as well. Lucirosi would have run headlong into this.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you never knew what Lucirosi might have tried to transform to save the Pegasus guy
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
midair.
Yeah.
Take the whole
So-
minute. Like, don't hit the ground yet. I got a minute.
So you're waiting to see what they do?
That's my recommendation.
Again, let's not
Seems
wait long.
fine.
Okay, so 10 minutes passes, then 20, then 30. One of the snakes begins to get extremely agitated, and one of the Goliath then goes over to the cage that doesn't have Dragonborn in it. How close are you getting, I guess?
I'd like to be
I
able to
would
hear what they're
say
saying.
I would have said at least a couple 100 feet up. Like, far enough away that we're unlikely to be noticed, close enough that we can see what's going on and maybe be able to hear. Probably Zarius would be best able to hear.
Might depend on these clouds. Is there thunder rolling through them?
No.
Well, we got that going for us at least. Is it like a full blanket of overcast or?
Yes, the clouds are incredibly thick. It looks like there should be rain and a storm from the way the clouds look. And you saw clouds like this at Dharma Shah, like hugging the border.
Mhm.
They looked a lot like storm clouds, but you didn't actually see any rain falling from them. You did occasionally see flashes of thunder, although it was mostly high up in the clouds. Flashes of lightning, I mean. So these clouds are thick enough that there could be lightning being exchanged at the cloud tops if they're as thick as the ones in Dharma Shah. So, but give me a perception check. Zarius only.
Ugh, really?
So you see this figure, the gray figure of the Goliath, go over to a cage. He pauses slightly, but he opens up a door to the cage and begins sort of motioning around. It's not clear what he's doing, but one creature separates out from the cage and comes out. The Goliath grabs it roughly and drags it over where the snake devours it. And you see the snake's the scales of the snake, which were glittering with fire, had dimmed a bit as it became increasingly agitated. But they reignite in a ripple of fire again once it devours this creature. You're pretty sure, being a couple 100 feet up, that these creatures they're some sort of demon. And 40 minutes passes. And 50 minutes passes. After an hour, two of the giants go walking off towards the town. And watching what they do, you could see they appear to just be ransacking and gathering up food and other things. And that's
Well,
it takes them about, half an hour to walk over to the town and collect this stuff. So an hour and a half has passed at this point. They haven't come back yet.
So when they've walked off, like especially once they've gotten far enough out, I would try and get attention so we can like at least sort of mentally communicate.
All you need to do is think at me.
This is unnatural. While they are separated, might be the time to strike.
Or maybe we should keep waiting because we don't know if there's anything in town that, they might be bringing out. But we would need to be cautious of.
The town is 30 minutes away.
Well, no, this town is actually probably like a 5-minute walk away. It's just that I assumed you were watching them to see what they were doing in town. So
Okay.
they spend like 25 minutes just gathering up food and barrels of water. And so, yeah, you piece together that they're probably just like on a food run, picking up
Yeah.
pizza for the people back in the camp.
So, but even though they're in town, they're not really far away.
No. doesn't
Like
seem
it's
like it.
only like a 5-minute walk for them, right?
Yeah.
What you said. Yeah. So they're still in earshot. If we were to fight, they would just come running.
Would have several minutes before they got here.
Yeah, I'd say you probably, if they, assuming they ran back, you probably have like 2 minutes before they could get back.
Right, but giants are well known for their ability to throw boulders.
They
I don't
still
wanna
have
be
to get
crushed by
within
a boulder.
range.
Do you see how big they are? I'm pretty sure they could probably nail us from a good distance.
You're becoming gun shy. Perhaps you should leave.
You know what?
Yeah,
Maybe
to
I should.
describe these giants a bit, they appear to be in like very fine clothing for giants. I don't know what people's expectations of giants are, but they appear to be almost like purple skinned with red, orange, fire-like hair. All of them have obsidian axes of giant size as well, and they stand about 30 foot tall each. But they look fairly elegant as far as you might expect of giants.
Fire giant.
Fire giants tend to have black skin and fire red hair. These don't seem to be fire giants.
Okay.
So in response to Zarius, Clave says, if I didn't have to go through and see the seer to figure out how to deal with this illness, I probably would just take off.
Then let us do this.
You know what, Zarius? If you are so gung-ho to just jump into battle, you go ahead. No one's stopping you. I'm certainly not. I'm trying to urge caution and forethought. And if you are too reckless and impulsive to do so, then I am not going to be the wall to keep you from your fate.
The longer we wait, the more of these people that they consume.
So, we can't help these people if we get killed in the process.
We have not been killed yet.
Yeah. That's not
If you
a
were
real,
meant to die, you would have died
that's
already.
that's not a real good argument for not for being cautious. The fact that we haven't died yet doesn't mean that we should just keep throwing ourselves in at death's door to see if this is the time he decides to open it.
Died once. T-hole kind of muses. Well, we either need to wait for them to leave, or we need to find a way to find a way to have the Giants put the top back on through trickery or coercion or some manner. Do these these are finely dressed. These are finely dressed. Do we, I guess, does this manner of dress, does it seem, so it's definitely different. Does that, I'm wondering if T-hole would know anything of this, like this sort, if that would like, I'm trying to understand if they're like smart.
I mean,
this-
from their clothing, you would imagine, and from watching them for this long a time, you're completely certain that they're intelligent. How intelligent you don't know. Like they're not hill giants. They're probably, more akin to cloud or storm giants.
I mean, I assume Charles the second was pretty well dressed, but I mean, it doesn't mean he was very smart.
Maybe
Yeah,
our
Yeah,
best
but
Red
they're
ass.
they're not exactly like at hill giant levels where, they're picking their nose and scratching their ass.
Gotcha. Okay. Maybe our best
And
bet to
sniffing.
avoid a confrontation is
And I sent you a message, Darius. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, yeah, no.
maybe our best bet to avoid a confrontation, at least one of physical nature, is to mimic. How big are those Goliaths?
The Goliaths are like 7 or 8 feet.
Is to mimic a Goliath, one of the overseers, and threaten the giants and let them or command them to put the tops back on.
And what happens when the Goliath I am mimicking comes out and wonders what the hell is going on? I don't want to be on the wrong end of that axe.
You scream imposter.
Yeah, but
Speaking
I'm
of
not.
screaming, there are others in town. Perhaps
Oh,
while we
good.
wait for something to happen here, we can help those in the village.
How?
We find a safe place for them.
We can at least check it out.
Where do you think we're gonna find a safe place in the middle
How would
of
we
the
know
desert?
unless we look?
No, but think through what you're saying. We are out surrounded by miles of sand in the one encampment that we've seen. We start running. Where do we go and take these people exactly that these giants can't follow us? That these Goliaths can't follow us?
There may be a place here that they can hide.
And
That's a better place for
assuming
them than where they are.
Maybe they have basements.
yes, and how long before those basements then become their tomb? When the giants decide that they just want to start smashing houses.
Oh, okay. So then the inaction will get them killed no matter what. Or we can act and perhaps help them.
Like I said, Zarius, if you're so quick to throw away your life, you can go ahead and do so. If you think that it's going to result in saving those people, then by all means. But I don't believe that throwing my life away will do anyone any good,
It's quite
particularly
peculiar.
me.
You have certainly turned a leaf.
Yeah, well, nearly dying several times will do that to a person.
Join the club.
I prefer not.
You're already in it.
Yeah, well, I don't want to stay in it, and I don't want to keep going in this manner. So I am going to exercise caution, and I'm going to continue to observe, to learn, and to use that knowledge to formulate an effective plan, one that doesn't result in me or any of you getting killed needlessly in service of saving some no-name people who we don't know, never met, don't have any ties to.
And to hell with the people on
Especially when we have bigger things to worry about, like the helping your people escape the tyranny of the giants, preventing that hatchery from being attacked, taking the staff and keeping it from Paradana. Those things all rank a bit higher than a couple of peons.
the
Well,
road. These are literal people being oppressed. Right here.
There are people
Within
oppressed
arm's
all
reach.
over the world.
Within arm's
That's
reach.
not going to stop. Like I said, Zarius, I'm not stopping you from acting. But I am not going to throw my life away.
I'd be fine with at least checking out the town. T-Hole kind of cuts in. If anything, we can see what the situation is there. If we could find the Goliaths, if there happen to be in town, because we don't see them at the gates anymore, right?
Right, there's no gate to this town, it's just.
No, like the Sewell, the gate of Sewell.
Oh, no, the Goliath and two of the giants and the flying snakes are all still there. It was just
Oh, okay,
two of the giants went into the town to
gotcha,
gather supplies
gotcha.
2 out of how many giants?
for.
Yeah. Even more like reason in Clave's mind not to engage.
I'm going to scan the city or the village.
So
Oh,
Zarius flies off.
I don't know who else, if anybody would join me or not, but
I think T-Hole would be fine with checking it out.
So you do see when you fly over the village, you do see there is one dragonborn visible in the streets. He appears to be just cowering, although the giants themselves don't seem to be paying him any mind. They may have struck him because he looks to be somewhat injured, but they're not. He is not the focus of their attention as they continue to gather supplies. Eventually, he runs off and into a nearby home, but then crawls out a back window and then runs into a second home. The giants, however, don't seem to care at all.
Is he the only person that we see in this town?
Yes, he's the only one you've seen. You can
Um,
surmise from what you've seen that they tore open a door leading to a cellar. And he may have been hiding in there and run past them as they opened it up to get at the contents of the cellar. As periodically you see them doing that, they break open cellar doors and reach in and root around with their hands to pull things out, sometimes coming back with what appears to be food. It appears as though this village probably wasn't, if it was abandoned, it wasn't abandoned that long ago, because they do seem to be getting boxes and baskets of food out of these cellars. And you can see all around the village, there are sort of at random different houses have been ransacked in this way. Although they don't appear to be flattening the houses, the walls of them appear to be intact. They seem to be mostly going after the cellars. You also don't see any animals. Like, there is a stable in this town, but there's no pack animals of any sort in the stable.
And we're in our cloud walk form still.
Yep.
um,
And it takes a minute to transform back into a physical form unless you use an action point.
If we like skirt some of the buildings, the windows, are they, can you peer inside or?
Yeah, I mean, you don't see people inside most of the homes. Eventually you will come across, you'll see somebody, a dragonborn sort of creeping around inside a home, trying to make as little noise as possible, you would gather. And then freaking out as a cloud pokes its head through the hole.
Is there like I assume one of the first places that might have been sort of taken out and people scattered from would be some sort of public house?
If there is like a public building, you don't see one. There's a bathhouse.
Okay.
And the bathhouse is mostly like the center, the main bath itself is in the center of this bathhouse and it's open to the sky. You don't see anyone in the bathhouse.
Okay. Um. Yeah, me and T-Hole can't communicate at all.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to one of these people. Just to, see if they have any information. Clave wants information. Like, God damn it, I want to fucking find some. So I'm gonna see if I can get into one of these houses. Like as cloud form first, and then start to form like head down. So they can
mean, if
at
you-
least
if you
tell
want
that
to-
I'm like Dragonborn.
Yeah, so I don't think it happens head down. I think you just sort of the cloud begins to condense.
Sure.
But at some point
Condense
it
at the head
becomes-
first. That makes sense. That's where I'm concentrating, and so I'm concentrating on to happen on the head, right? And then
But yeah, I mean, I'll say, it would be, it would take a couple seconds for them to recognize you were Dragonborn, but it wouldn't take the whole minute before they realized you were Dragonborn.
okay. And I mean, I don't know. We might even have there might even be some sort of general sign language almost, right? Just like gestures that could be done, like a hello that I could do
Yeah,
in
I
cloud
mean-
form, right? Just to indicate, hey, I'm not hostile. Hi. As I'm starting to coalesce.
I assume, right,
incorporate.
I assume there is some Dragonborn hello sign you could give. But I mean, so like I said, the giants didn't seem to be paying mind to the actual Dragonborn they could see. So
Right.
as long as you're out of sight of them, there's no real reason to think you have to be super stealthy unless they know you by sight, you
Right.
specifically by sight.
My goal is not to freak the guy out.
Well, I mean, he is freaked out by just the appearance of the cloud.
Yeah,
So
yeah. That's
he
why I
isn't
like
even-
quickly like hello, hi, hello, hi.
Right. But before you could do that, he darts off into the cellar of this building.
Okay. Is the cellar
When
only
it's-
accessible outside or
No, there's a
Okay.
trapdoor inside, but he closes the trapdoor.
that's fine. I can knock it once I recorporate.
So it takes a minute, but you are back in your body.
Okay.
And T-Hole
Um,
would be like he would see you doing like recorporating and he would follow suit, though he might be a little lagged behind you.
Right.
Did it really
I
stay
don't know how-
behind by the
Yeah.
way?
Yeah, I stayed with Clave.
Okay. So Kepri would have gone with you, but you, T-Hole, and Kepri are back in your bodies now.
And then yeah, so I'll just like knock gently. Hello. I'll speak in Draconic.
Right. So what are you saying to him?
I just hello, we are friendly. I suppose that is not quite convincing enough.
I mean, make me a persuasion check.
Persuade. Oh my god.
You hear scrambling. You actually hear several feet scrambling around below, and you hear the clattering of some wood towards the back end of the house. And then you hear people scampering upstairs,
Yeah.
and you looking out a back window on this house, you see 3 Dragonborn running away.
I just like call out the window. You fools, come back.
But no, they are off. they're not in a position where the giants could see them, as
That's
that's not
good.
where the house was, but
It's a shame. Could have used them.
There's more people here. We will find somebody.
We have an ample opportunity. They're collecting all this food and this water to eat. And I happen to have some poison on me. It would be a shame if that water went bad. And while they're off collecting.
Peppery points down with a claw and says, I don't even think that this trapdoor could be barred from the side they were on. Looks like it locks from the top. Didn't have to knock, could have just opened it.
And they likely would have just scampered faster. But let's just see if we can find someone else.
Yeah, if these giants don't even care about the Dragonborn, then they'd be perfect to just run past and dump a vial or two in.
We don't want to poison the people who live here.
No, but they're gonna take this. They're gathering the food to bring back to camp, not for the people living here. So in the haul that they're gonna be taking, we can do some damage.
We shall see what we could do. Let us move from this house then, I guess. Start searching for another one with people in it.
So one of you make me an investigation check with advantage, because I assume the other one is helping.
Not me, because I have disadvantage.
Oh, that's fair. I only have a +1.
This is actually just to see how long it takes you, not succeed or fail. We will find someone.
I've got a
Sure.
+0, so
Yeah, all right, then I'll do it. Okay, sure.
So it takes you, this whole affair with the 1 minute to transform back and everything else, probably took about 20 minutes to find someone in the first place. Finding the next one's a little bit easier, but it still takes another 10 minutes. So it's been about 2 hours of observing the giants at this point. But you eventually come upon a house, and as you approach it, Zarius's keen ears hear people milling about again in the cellar. So you're sure there are people inside.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll go inside. They're down in the cellar again. Is this one also same situation, like can just be opened probably?
Yeah. This one doesn't have like a trap door in the floor. It actually has a separate door that leads to stairs. But it looks like the door locks from the inside of the home, not from inside the cellar. So it is not locked at present. In fact, although the cellar itself has a lock, the locks on these doors are actually pretty flimsy. Like it would not take a lot of force just to break them. So security doesn't necessarily seem to be even the point of the locks. The locks, might serve a minor function just to see if somebody has broken in by forcing the lock open. But it may just be to hold the doors closed when there's a wind.
Right.
But you're able to easily get into the house through the flimsy lock on the outer door, and then easily able to open the cellar door. As soon as you open it, you see a female dragonborn freezes looking up the stairway at you.
It's like non-hostile gestures, even though my staff's fucking on lightning. I hate it. I hate it so much.
he just
and-
insulted us.
Two
I-
male
I'm just like-
dragonborn also appear looking up at you. All 3 of them are green dragonborn.
I just, hand up, say, I am not hostile. I'm only trying to gather information about what the demons and giants have been doing here. Besides ransacking the village for goods.
They've been here for days now. It's the female Dragonborn speaking up. They seem to be interested in the gates for some reason. There were a large number of giants, and they came dragging large cages of Dragonborn with them. And then these flying snake monsters that sometimes were swooping in and eating people in the village. There were probably 20 or so giants, but most of them are gone now. We're not sure where. We assume they've crossed into the spirit world.
I suppose they have dismantled the gates to prevent others from getting in.
They dismantled the gate?
The top stone is off.
Oh, we didn't. It was intact when we saw it last. We gathered that they were here to use the gate. There's no other reason to set up camp outside of it. How many of them are left?
I'll convey how many we saw.
Well, it doesn't sound as if any of the snake creatures went through then, as there were still 4 when they first got here, but as I said, there were probably 20 giants.
All of the same variety.
No, they were various different kinds of giant. Not that we got too close a look, but the descriptions were of different sizes, different skin colors. Most of them were fire giants. Fire giants, you would know they'd be more familiar with fire giants than other types. Just more common in the desert.
Right.
But some of them had blue skin, some of them had purple skin. We just don't know what giants would want with the spirit realm, what answers they would seek from the things that live on the other side of the gate.
How long has this overcast sky been here?
Months.
I forget. Was the overcast all the way down to where we were when we entered the dragon's area?
No, not quite that far down, but you could see it in the sky to the north of you.
Okay. Got it.
The giants don't seem to be that threatening. They don't seem to be interested in us, but they have been stealing our food and water. And obviously, with them here, we haven't been able to leave. So our supplies are eventually going to dwindle, especially if they keep taking more and more. I guess should be glad that the majority of them aren't here anymore, or else they'd just be consuming our food and water even faster.
Do you have a T-hole pipe up? Speaking draconic, do you have a larder that hasn't been pillaged yet?
This is it. We're in our larder.
I have some poison, some vials of poison that we could use to spoil some of the food and water. If we can get them to take it. They seem to be piling food outside. They don't appear to, we saw one dragonborn individual just run past the giants and they didn't even bat an eye. They don't seem really to do anything. I couldn't say the same if they saw either of us. would you be willing to drop some poison in some of the food that they're bringing back to camp?
Make me a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm great at these.
Hopefully, because you have disadvantage, right?
Nah.
Okay. Come on.
Absolutely, we would not do that. If a dragonborn ran past them, it's because they reached their meaty hands into his cellar, and he had to flee for his life past them to get by. If we went and messed with the supplies that they're gathering for their group, they absolutely would care about that. They might not care if you're fleeing in terror. I have to move my
Perhaps.
cursor. It's just
Perhaps.
gently stroking Dustin's chin.
Perhaps a offering could be made to them, and in this offering is the poisoned foods.
Possibly, if you could find someone willing to take the risk. They haven't bothered us, but we haven't been interacting with them, not purposefully.
It is inevitable they will get here eventually.
We don't know how long they're even going to stay. Some of us might not have our cellars pillaged. If some of them went into the spirit world, they'll return. Nobody goes to the spirit world for more than, I don't know, a couple hours at most. You talk to your whatever loved ones you want to talk to, and you come back.
More likely they seek the sage.
I don't know what that means. Did they have some sage who died? I didn't even realize there were giants in the spirit world, to be honest.
Who's the southern sage? Do you not know of this?
Not really.
Suffice it to say, it's could be deadly for everyone if we could not get through that gate. It could be the downfall of everyone, the whole world.
Well, I don't know how to help you with that. I mean,
Have
all
you
you
not
have to,
gathered or communicated with any of the other villagers?
sure, here and there we hear rumors of what's going on. But you're not going to find, if you're hoping to find a force of us to go and attack giants and demons,
No.
you're going to, that's good, because I don't think you were going to be able to convince us to do that.
But perhaps an offering that they do not know is poisonous. Or a more obvious target that would be poisonous. This could be the last time that they raid,
Great.
but only if we could do this.
I mean, so this is a harder persuasion check because she already said no once, but Zarius, make me a persuasion check.
Hey,
But it was a harder persuasion check.
How much harder?
19 didn't cut it.
God damn it.
I don't know why you are here. We don't know that much about what these giants are up to. If you need to use the gate, but you say they've dismantled the gate, I don't know how to move stones that heavy. You would need some sort of workforce to do that. You would have to get rid of the giants before anybody in the village would be willing to help you, but I don't know that we have the means of moving a stone like that.
I believe that we have the means to do this.
Then surely you have the means to poison the giants yourselves.
Come on, Darius. It's clear that this well-stocked larder is just gonna remain full.
I'll just- Hand on the shoulder. Stay safe. As your sultan, I will remember this, and I walk away.
And as you're walking away, one of the males says, "What do you mean as our sultan? Are you the new sultan? Has the sultan been coronated? Are
Just
you
like-
just another puppet of the giants? Are you taunting us?"
Absolutely not. We are no friends of the giants.
All the nobles I'm aware of are either dead or puppets of the giants. If you're the sultan, well, frankly, you're not dressed as a sultan.
Very fine armor, thank you. It is a complicated story. But I am
let me just-
Zarius Ashpronixidine.
well, I know your family, but I don't know your name specifically.
That is fine. Hopefully, I will not be sultan for long. And someone more worthy will take the place. Until then, I will do my best to protect you. Stay here and stay safe.
I just send a quick message. Oops. First word should have been Kepri.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I just like, not, I know. We must hurry.
Back to the group.
At least to let Clave know. We should enter Cloud from here, where it is safer.
All right. I will enter cloud. Enter cloud form. Because it lasts for a while, right?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, it takes a minute, but you can transform back into a cloud.
Yeah.
So you transform back into clouds and fly back towards where Glaive and Aurelia were watching the giants.
While they were doing their thing, was there any change among the giants and the monsters we were watching?
For the most part, no. One of the giants did go over and begin to pull things out of crates, food, and then was distributing it to the other giants and to one of the Goliath. But other than sort of mundane waiting around, they're not really doing anything.
Okay.
The snakes occasionally take off into the air, and so you might have to move here and there so that you don't get spotted by them. But they're mostly looking off into the distance, not right above them, so it's pretty easy to avoid them. But Zarius and T-Hole return.
I will convey what we learned of the, larger group that came here with a lot more Dragonborn in cages.
Yeah, those are probably the 4 empty cages of that were once filled with Dragonborn.
Great. So not only are there giants here on this side, there's an army of giants on the other side.
If we can make it through, then we can likely outpace them in this cloud form.
Okay, so how do you propose we do that?
T-Hole revealed he has some interesting liquids in his pockets. Perhaps we could use those to weaken them at least. But
Okay.
we're gonna have to deal with them somehow.
I have
Then-
some vials of wyvern poison. That if we can just get it distributed into their food, and you can see we can see their larder over there. It will at least make it easier to dispatch them or work around them.
Does Clave know the effects of wyvern poison?
Um, I'll say sure. It's not like common poison, but as poisons go, it's pretty famous.
Okay. So I, as a player, don't know what wyvern poison is.
So
That's-
wyvern poison is literally the poison from a wyvern stinger. Usually it's used to coat weapons so that they will deal poison damage.
So it
But
just
if
does
it-
some damage.
Yes, it doesn't inflict the poison state. It usually just kills people outright.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much the poison that the assassins were using on their weapons when they were attacking you.
Yeah. I've
Okay.
got 14 vials of it. So
a lot of-
yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of poison.
I mean, it is kind of pungent. So the giants may well not ingest like a whole vial of it before they realize. And you're not sure what it tastes like.
Yeah, he's not gonna find out. It's not a test not a test worth having or doing.
You would gather just from the size of them, it's probably unlikely to kill a giant, but it might kill a Goliath. You don't know.
All right, so how do you propose that we get the poison into their food or water?
You're the
The only-
espionage person. I don't know.
The only way I can think of is to just to try to sneak over undetected.
Okay,
But
and how would you do that? We don't know if these giants have some capacity to see through illusions. We don't know if they have some capacity to see invisibility.
There's a lot of things we do not know,
Uh,
but there are some things we do know.
I would
Okay, well, I
probably-
would like to operate on the things that we do know,
Okay.
and I would not like to guess at the things that we don't. Because I am not going to be the one relying on my magic when it has failed me so many times in the recent past. So I'm not going to put myself in that position. I would hope that none of you would put yourself in that position. So unless there's some kind of surefire way of getting it into their food or water, just kind of sneaking over doesn't seem like a good plan. Do you have a way to maybe convince them to take some food or water that we can prepare? Make something seem enticing to them that they would want to imbibe or partake?
I do have several bottles of fine wine. That cost quite a bit of gold.
There is a spell, but they may resist it.
We could offer them Cerlonian topaz wine. Maybe the pungent, maybe the fineness of the wine would be a good excuse, or a good cover rather, for the pungentness of the poison.
Trying to find this spell. Trying to remember what it was called.
What does it do?
It's the one that says like it like makes a thing like super desirable by all the people who see it who fail to save. They
Is that
just
greed?
gotta get it. Insight, yeah, the greed one, yeah. Insight greed, there it is, 3rd level. Oh, but it's on a gem though. I guess if we could put the gem in the bottle.
Then they just break the bottle to get into it.
Yeah.
But it's a contact poison, so this is good. Actually, it's an injury-based poison, so it's not quite as good.
Right,
Maybe
so
they get
They break
shards
break the
of
bottle.
glass.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, but okay, so that's another thing. Like wyvern poison, unless they have ulcers, is it really going to work if they just ingest it?
I would say if you just drink it, it probably would do the damage. You would get the save, but it would do the damage.
At the bare minimum, cause some very poor, it's very bad indigestion.
Well, T-hole, you're immune to poison, aren't you?
I am.
So
The
why
T-hole
don't
drinks the
you?
poison, and then the giants eat T-hole.
No, but T-hole, if you wanted to walk up, offering them the gift of wine, and you drink it with them, show that it's not poisonous, that could potentially work.
I'd be willing to try it. If I start running the other way, you'll know it. You know it wasn't successful. But I think I could probably outrun them if I needed to. Says D hole somewhat confidently. Very well. I will prepare the goods. And he pulls out his
we're in cloud form right now.
yeah, well
We gotta-
he'll coalesce.
We gotta find a place to do this.
Is there a, I guess we're in the air, so
The village is, if we go inside a building, it is fairly safe.
I will do that.
Here's a question. How far from the gates of Surle are they exactly? Are they like right there next to it, or
Oh, they're basically the cages themselves are scattered around the gate.
okay?
So
How
they
big is it?
basically the gate.
Mhm.
The blocks themselves the upright blocks stand about 20 feet tall. They're about 5 feet wide, roughly square. And then the space between the uprights is about 25 feet. Hold on, in fact, I can show it to you. Have to take 2 of these giants off. So more like 10 foot square, the uprights, my mistake.
Oh, I thought these were bugs.
Nope, those are Dragonborn.
Is this what is this red effect here?
Nothing.
Well, I'm gonna head to town and prepare the offerings and
Clave will very reluctantly follow you so that he can cast seeming upon you.
You know, like if there's like a good place that we could set up outside their camp that's out of view and just like come at them from a different angle or something, but I don't know exactly. I can't quite tell layout and everything like that, but
Like I said, the nearest buildings are like a 5 minute walk across the sand from this place. So there's not there, you might be able to find like a low spot in a dune that's a little bit closer, but the snakes constantly take off into the air scanning the horizon. So it would be very hard to avoid line of sight with the snakes if you began to transform back anywhere closer than the town. The buildings in the town will block line of sight.
are you able to go invisible, Clave?
Sure. But once again, I would not trust that there's some other senses that those creatures might have beyond sight. Invisibility doesn't prevent a creature from smelling you, seeing the tracks you leave in the sand, from other extrasensory capacities.
The sand is what would be more difficult. The invisibility probably is not a good idea.
I was just thinking of walking in.
If anyone could do that and sell it, it's T-Hole.
If we all look like Dragonborn, perhaps it would look like a peace offering, an attempt to buy their favor. But these snakes might attack us and we may have to defend ourselves, but perhaps then at that point I would be able to use that spell. I'll have to use an action point to swap to it, but I'll do that if necessary.
Um. Well, so I guess Clave would follow you guys to some place that you were able to transform into
Yeah,
normal form.
yeah, into this an empty house, probably somewhat closer to the near the gates.
Yeah, you're able
Uh,
to find a house pretty quickly.
Aurelia, are you coming? Or are you staying to watch the Giants?
I feel very comfortable by myself watching the Giants in win form, so I'm gonna follow you guys.
Well, then I can cast Seeming on all of us then. So that'll last for a while at least.
2nd. See if there's
So,
any other spells that we
Clave
can
would-
use.
Clave would probably wait until T-Hole and Zarius transform before he felt comfortable transforming, but then he would. And then he would cast Seeming on everybody once everybody else was transformed.
Is Aurelia transforming?
Um. Good question. If I don't, it takes what, a minute to transform?
Right.
And if something goes wrong, by the time I transform, that will be over.
Right, but Kurt, you said that we can transform with an action point. How long does that take then? Is it just an action?
It's an action.
Okay.
All right, I'll stay wind form then.
All right. So I would use Seeming on T-Hole and Zarius. And then Clave would return to wind form.
So, and we have also established that while the seeming is up, if you transform into wind form, it works, but then the image is still sort of there.
Right, so I wouldn't have used it on myself or Aurelia.
Right.
Yeah.
And Zarius, I mean, I assumed based on what you were, the way that you were speaking, that you would be staying in your physical form, but if not, I wouldn't cast it on you.
No, I would stay too.
Okay.
Yes.
So I would let you guys pick the physical description that you want, and then I would match it as closely as I can.
Was the only Dragonborn we've seen in this village green Dragonborn?
So the first Dragonborn you saw running, he was not. He was a red Dragonborn. But it was 3 green Dragonborn in, well, so there was the one you saw running through the streets that looked like he was injured, but that the giants otherwise weren't chasing. He was red. The second one you saw would have been blue, and then the 3 green Dragonborn.
Yeah, I guess T-Hole would pick a green Dragonborn. He'd turn into a green Dragonborn. And basically just look like one of the villagers. While I'm in this form, you may call me D-Hole.
Okay.
I couldn't help myself but picture you as one of the Dragonborn village people. So it's like in like a
Which
construction
one?
worker, yeah, construction worker outfit.
Roll high shorts. Super tight.
So what do you look like, Zarius?
I don't know. I've never had control of how I looked.
Yeah, Clave is no longer amused by that joke.
I mean, I think he would just be, some color. Blue, sure, we'll go blue. And then like sort of just kitchen clothes. We'll say kitchen clothes, like maybe a butcher outfit.
Okay, so it's a blue and a green Dragonborn.
They walk into a bar.
Yeah. And T Hole is going to prepare he's going to take his 5 bottles of Cerlonian Topaz wine, and he's going to put 2 vials each into the bottles.
Okay.
And I guess, yeah, if I can find like a crate or like some broken crate or something to carry them in, to make it look more convincing, I would.
Yeah, you could find a box.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, what you're not going to find for the most part in this home is anything made of like wood. There might be a couple wooden items. You're not going to find wooden boxes, but you can find like wicker crates.
Yeah, you take a wicker crate and put the wine in there. Well, this should do the trick.
Is there anything else in this home? Or is this like one of the first to be ransacked?
Because you picked the homes that were sort of closest to the site, I assumed you would have picked one of the ones that was mostly cleared out. The inside of the home is mostly undamaged, though. There's nobody in the basement of this particular house. The basement does look as if it was sort of clumsily searched through. And you gather just from the size of these giants, they were really just sticking their arms in and grabbing things and pulling them out and seeing what it was. And if it was useful, they'd keep it. If not, they'd sort of huck it aside. So there's like debris out in the street from that process. But they haven't really damaged the home so much that the inside is otherwise disheveled. It looks like whoever was here probably left in a hurry. It's fairly poor. I mean, these are all probably, for the most part, like 1-room homes. So there is sort of a makeshift bedding area that is really just cloth that's sort of piled up on the ground. There is the floor is for the most part made of like little cobbled stones that have been put together. And the furnishings are pretty meager, but there are, chairs and tables and cupboards that have plates in them. Most of the food in here still seems that on the upstairs level at least still seems like it's in pretty good order, as the giants haven't been here much more than a week. If that. But it's hard to tell a profession from what's here. It may just be some sort of caravan worker.
Okay. Do we have enough of the wine or whatever to take up 2 crates?
5 bottles, so probably not.
Yeah, 5 bottles is, there'd be space in the wicker basket if you spread them out between 2.
T-Hole also has 2 bottles of Westgate Ruby, which was not as expensive as the Cerlonian Topaz wine. But there's only 5, realistically, there's the 2 giants and
3
we saw
Goliath.
3 Goliaths, so no need to like bring extra wine and poison it, just so it's unlikely they're going to drink it all. So
Do you have any gemstones by chance? Loose, unassuming ones.
maybe like
Darius, why are you asking that? Aren't you the king of hoarding gems?
What are you talking about?
didn't Aurelia give you some gemstones?
I've given Aurelia gemstones.
But I don't know if I unless T-Hole like has some that were like he converted to gold value, and that's how it's currently in my inventory, which I think is what I usually do. But
I mean, if you didn't
I
write
would
it down,
never.
I don't remember it. So
Yeah, so yeah,
I-
probably
I-
not.
I would never. Gems are easier to carry for the amount of value you get from them. Well, okay, I guess it doesn't consume it. All right, fine. We'll see what happens. I will have like a couple of fire opals at the ready. Oh wait, hold on. What are these? Emerald. Yeah, here we go. Here's some emeralds. So I'll just have like a handful of emeralds just like in a pocket ready to pull out.
Do you share that information?
No.
Okay.
So what is your plan? You're gonna march slowly towards the gate?
Yeah, carrying the wicker basket.
I
Uh,
guess very specifically as part of the for my seeming, my staff won't be electric. That's like the main thing. It's the only main thing I ask for the whole every time. Like that's, but otherwise, whatever.
Okay,
I don't want
so
that to give us away.
does it still appear to be snake-headed?
Um, yeah, probably because I wouldn't want to mar it otherwise. I don't like that it's electrified already. To me, it's been defaced almost. Hopefully, I can get it reversed one day. But
So
otherwise, yeah, it'll look normal still.
So yeah, probably Zarius, you're just not used to seeing the desert overcast. The sand doesn't seem as bright or as attractive as it used to, but you step out onto it. It is still hot. It's not as hot as it, would normally be at the tail end of summer. But it's, it's uncomfortably hot for most people as you begin to cross. Almost immediately, one of the flying demonic snakes sees you as you leave the protection of the town itself, and it starts to zip after you, but one of the Goliath yells something into the air, and it stops and just proceeds to watch you as you cross. Assuming you're not running, it is going to take you 5 minutes. Zarius hobbling on his staff as he goes. But the giants do not immediately seem to attack. All eyes, however, are upon you as you begin to cross. And it's probably at about that time that from another section of the town, which, as I said, sort of wraps partially around this gate in a sort of crescent pattern, you do begin to see the other two giants begin to make their way back as well. But you manage to cross the desert. The snakes sometimes get close, but they do not approach within 10 feet of you.
okay.
So all three of them are now flying in circles around you as you come in. One of the Goliaths breaks away from the group and meets you about 30 feet away from the nearest of the cages. Who are you? What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be cowering in your cellars?
D-hole looks around. I give up. I was hoping I give up the last of my good wine. I was hoping we could share a bottle and perhaps you would take it as a peace offering. You see, all of my food's gone. You guys have taken everything, and this is the last of it. So I figure you might as well have it. If I give you the last of my larder, would you go? Would you go return to your homes or your castles or your abodes? And
We have
us alone?
business. We have business here. We do not take what meager possessions you have and leave.
Which ancestor are you seeing?
I cannot discuss our business with you, but it is beyond your silly religions. The dead do not live on the other side of your gate. The undead live on the other side of your gate and other spirits. This is not what you believe, but it is what is true.
But my aunt passed through the gate, and she said that she saw her grandfather.
At best, your aunt saw some spirit pretending to be your grandfather. Either that or your grandfather is some undead.
Have you been to the other side?
I have not, but it has been explained to me in great depth.
From
You should
people-
go back to your cellars. We will be out of your region soon enough. As soon as our expeditionary party comes back, a few more days at most. Find your companions, share your food. As long as your food holds out long enough for our group to come back, we will leave you in peace and you can go back to earning us the money that we need.
I bet one of your giants couldn't put that stone back on top.
I bet one of them could not either. It takes all four to lift that thing.
Wimpy giants.
That thing weighs thousands of pounds. I would like to see how many Dragonborn it would take, eh?
It was put there in the first place.
It was long before the Dragonborn moved into this region.
What do you know of its construction?
I know that it is ancient beyond belief. And I know that the Dragonborn moved here 1,000 years ago, 2,000, something like that.
Does that track for T-Hole's memory?
You don't know exactly when the Dragonborn moved in, but it's probably, I mean, you would know that the Gates of Seoul have been here for a long time. And the Dragonborn are somewhat recent.
Okay.
I mean, you would probably know better than most that the Dragonborn actually moved here when the Emperor initiated the Great Dragon Purge and began killing all the Dragonborn and dragons. And so they had to be pushed to the margins. And that was probably, 1,400 years ago.
This is a different T-Hole.
It was a different deal.
So do you not want the wine?
I'll take the wine. If you want me to take the wine, doesn't that leave you with the need to go find food? Or are you just planning on dehydrating to death in the desert?
Well, as you said, we did hope we could perhaps share some with you as a token of good faith.
Yeah, you would not be safe. You know that, right? The demons are difficult to control sometimes, and these vipers get insatiably hungry. If they get hungry enough, they will not listen to us when we tell them not to eat you, though they wouldn't dare eat us.
Why wouldn't they dare eat you?
Because
You're about my size.
the size isn't the issue. The control is. The giants work for the Goliath now. Little guy on top.
How did you manage that? And he looks, D-hole looks up at the giants.
Because the great leader, Oma of the Goliath, subverted the order of the giants' normal caste system. He defeated the great giant in battle. King Shialk answers to our leaders now. And he reaches out and grabs a hold of the wicker basket. Thank you for your wine, but you do not want to be here when those demons get hungry.
Well, suppose we'll just go starve and see what other food we can scrounge up.
How are the people in the village doing? We have done our best to not bother them, although they flee and hide like rats.
You eat their food.
They
They
have to
struggle.
eat their food. There's no way we could have provisioned ourselves. What provisions we brought went with the expeditionary force through the gate because we knew we could get food and water from the village.
How did I swear I don't remember the stone, but did you take the stone down?
The giants did.
Why?
To prevent, because we know when to put the stone back up. And we did not want anything coming through the gate or entering through the gate from our side. But I have said too much, I realize. Go back, talk to your fellow villagers, get them to share their food with you. Your life will return in less than a week.
Thank you for your kindness and your mercy.
It's not mercy. We need you to work. Work hard, and you will be treated well. Do not work hard, and you will not. And he turns and starts carrying the crate back.
You put that poison amongst the bottles or in the bottles or what?
Yeah, I
the
poured
bottles.
it in the bottles.
Okay. Okay. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll turn back.
Yeah, meanwhile, I don't know if I mentioned it, but Clave immediately returned to cloud form and would have went to observe.
So yeah, I guess we head back to the village. And we still have seeming on us. So going to cloud form is not a good idea. So I guess maybe we'd wait, you know, wait it out in the village for seeming to kind of fade. Oh, I guess that's 8 hours.
It is possible that the moment they realize they've been poisoned, they come to seek retribution. We lie in ambush. If we can get a jump on them, it will help our chances.
Yes, I don't. We have nothing else to do.
We've fought bigger giants.
Clave hasn't. It was Lucerosi was climbing up that last one's dick.
I know.
Oh, I just see something. So how long are you waiting in the village?
Well, seeming lasts 8 hours, so
I mean, if I imagine my character would have mentioned to you guys that like some kind of signal if you wanted to return to cloud form, and then Clave could kind of go and
Make the seeming look like a cloud.
yeah,
That cloud's awfully weird. It's not moving. It's like-
or just make the seeming look like a little fly pin on like your collar.
yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe the signal would be throwing it hands up in the air or something. Like in like exasperation, like as they're walking away and like shaking fists to the sky.
Kurt, and Clave would be able to tell us because of his keen mind, but how much longer do we have with our windwalk form?
So it's been a little more than 2 hours since you've sort of been here flying around observing and doing things. And then it took you time to get here. You probably only have about 2 hours left.
Okay. So yeah, Clave would have once T-Hole and Zarius gave the signal, would have modified the seeming with his malleable illusion to be a very small like fly pin on their lapel or something.
Is that how it really works? It seems strange.
I'm just looking for a map because you don't make it that far back before there's a reaction. Looking back as you basically get back to the area just on the outskirts of the town, you begin to see whipping across the desert, charging you are all 4 of the giants and all 3 of the snakes and 1 of the Goliath.
As the other Goliath is fucking just croaked. Hopefully. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there appear to be 2 Goliath you can't account for.
Mhm.
So maybe 2 are dead. Maybe they're staying behind to guard the cage full of Dragonborn. Who knows? But
Alright.
it's still going to take them 2 minutes to close the gap between you and them.
Just like look back. I think they've drank the poison.
Well, we offered to share. But it was their own hubris that they didn't.
It's like
You have
look up.
2.
Do we know the clouds? Like, can we know just tell which ones are our friends in cloud form?
I mean, if you're looking for them, you can definitely see them.
And it's like look up and like, I think they found out.
We
We
should
we should find a place to ambush them.
I mean, part of the problem is I can't find a map of a desert village that has that's as sparsely built, has buildings spread far enough apart for this. So
I
I'll just
guess
have
it's
to improvise a map.
closer together than you thought.
I mean, it is, but then they wouldn't just charge in 1 by 1 for you to fight them. Just because they can't fit doesn't mean that they suddenly become stupid.
It's stupid
They
with anger.
they probably start pushing houses down on top of you rather than run in to present a target. But what do you want to do in the 2 minutes?
Oh yeah. Check my spell list right quick. Hold on.
Are you going to request any assistance from Clave and Aurelia as well?
I mentioned
Because
it.
I'm
It's like this is our chance.
I don't think T-Hole would. Because Clay was very insistent upon not engaging in any combat. So he would respect Clave's wishes to not die.
Even if it leaves him here completely alone. Almost. I don't know what I don't know if Aurelia would stick with Clave if we died.
So I think during the 2 minutes, Teal would run through like go into cloud form, but now they're just gonna go and kill all the villagers, like looking for turning over the house to look for our forms, which they won't find. So he's gonna he'll summon his arms as they get closer, so that he has more time on them, and he would probably go like on a second floor, like a second floor of a building.
Right. Right.
And-
Like I said, these are all single story, like one room buildings.
Oh, okay. Then he would not do that.
How many hit points do you have? Looking at your token. Looks like you have 10 hit points.
The token doesn't seem to be linked, or it's not. I have full hit points, because we have a full whole.
Oh, it's because you're using Roll20 or you're using whatever beyond
D&D Beyond.
D&D.
No, I'm using Roll20 on this one.
Because the token itself seems like it's linked to your character sheet. So, not sure why.
Yeah.
Token also seems a bit small.
Oh. Yeah. 120. Oh.
So let's take a 5-minute break. I can just set this up.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So you and Tony could tell me where exactly it is you wanted to be. The Giants will be approaching from the left.
All right. Hmm.
And I should have said I wasn't thinking about it, but although these are single story buildings, you could get on the roof of one relatively easily. And there would be roof access from inside, so there'd be like a ladder leading to the roof.
Yeah.
But the roof itself wouldn't have like much structure to it. Like there would be basically like cloth, like overhangs, like awnings, basically, to shade the roof so that people could sit up on their roofs and not necessarily have it be unbearably hot. But they'd be very flimsy structures. Like a giant could sweep that completely off with his arm without even making a check.
Yeah. I figured that Teal wasn't gonna do it because there was those flying snake creatures, which, you know, there wouldn't be any cover on a roof from those. Even if a giant couldn't just take the structures off. So I think Teal would probably be like by the front, like the first house. And actually, I what he's gonna pull out in preparation for these creatures. He's gonna pull out his wand of fear in homage to the spell that one of the spells I used to only cast.
Yep. I felt bad for you back then because playing a wizard must have seemed super, super hard when I was never giving you spell scrolls because it just didn't occur to me. And you thought that was the only way you were ever going to get new spells.
You know, yeah, I play every game I play. I try to play. This is an exception where I've played a monk before, but I try to play a new class. And I'm usually not great at it until higher level after I've played it for a while. So my next wizard will be a better wizard who actually learns spells when they're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm thinking about playing a druid next time I get a chance, just because it's been ages since I played one, and never in 5e.
Druids seem fun.
Yeah, I kind of like. I don't completely understand them thematically in D&D. Like, why why are there druids and nature clerics kind of an issue? I get clerics of nature gods. So what is different about the druid? It's like just emphasis. Druids are like nature clerics, but like extremes.
They can become nature.
Right.
Yeah. That's fair.
And do druids view nature clerics as like, like just the moderates of the world?
Yeah, I would imagine that druids would be more chaotic in that sense, like, more pro nature. Whereas nature clerics might be like, well, maybe we should do like shoot, what's it? Be like the EPA. We're like, well, you shouldn't pollute that much. We'll put a cap on it. But a druid would be like, no, you're not going to do it at all. I'll kill you.
Right. That's why in this particular game world, druids have a very different emphasis. Like they're much more animist. They think all things in nature have a spirit that you can call upon. And there's a god of nature who sort of set things up, but that there's still this base level spirits, and they mostly deal with these like individual tree spirits or individual spirit of the mountain kind of things. Whereas the nature clerics actually worship Moraine, the god of nature.
That makes sense. Like a primal spiritual focus.
So Tony, you get to tell me where you want to be, what you want to do with Khepri.
Are you muted?
I'm looking. I just gotta look at, see if Khepri really has anything super viable in the situation.
I guess I'll put Aurelia and Clave on the map, even though they're in cloud form, in case they want to do something. So you can also put yourselves wherever you want to be and just tell me how high up you are.
I'm at least 200 feet up. Where I am right now is probably okay. And then should I roll initiative? Should we roll
I
initiative?
would wait until you're actually in the fight. I mean, if you want to do something, then yes. If you're just watching, then don't need to.
Well, I'm starting out watching, but I might decide to jump in. So would at that point, would I just come in at that point in the initiative or would I roll?
You know what? I am, as long as it's not in like the first round, I'm okay with you just deciding when you want to come in.
Okay.
I mean, then essentially you're just holding your action every round until then and inserting yourself into the initiative order when you do whatever you do.
Yeah.
Um,
How high up is Aurelia going to be?
I think I'm gonna hang out with Clave and do the same thing. I'm just gonna see what the strategy is here. Cause I don't know. it doesn't-
Strategy. This is it. Make the Giants really mad and have them come attack us.
um, let's see here. I actually did have an idea. We might be able to both use our action point to swiftly turn back into the thing, into the mist, and zoom back to the gates. Right? We all go to the gates. We take out the two guys left there. These guys are going to take a couple minutes to get back.
Yep.
Take out the two guys. Maybe Clave does his fucking magic, puts the gate back together.
Yeah.
And then we cross through.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
We made Kurt put this map together.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but Clave's plan to put the game back together has a 10-minute casting time tied to it. So
He's got action points, that motherfucker.
Yeah, but I'm not using them for that shit.
And it's not
using.
you
This is
don't- you
the
don't
perfect, very little combat, no risk of death. We just fucking go through. What do you mean you're not using it on that? It's everything Clave wanted. Literally everything Clave wanted. He's not going to use the fucking action point.
Well, I don't know that an action point would allow a 10-minute casting time to be done in one action.
Even if it's just a minute, like if we could reduce it down to like a different time, if it takes
Right,
them
and-
2 minutes to get back.
And where are you going to be while Clave is helpless casting a spell for 1 minute, having to
Every-
maintain concentration on it and hope that
Everybody else-
nobody hits him during
Everybody
that
else is
entire
attacking the
time?
guy. You go otherwhere, someplace else, to readjust. They're busy fighting, like, fighting for their life.
I'll cast haste on you, so go twice as fast.
You channel that shit real fast. I don't know. Maybe that's a question for the DM. If an action point is something that would allow something like this to happen, but
I mean, okay,
I mean-
here's the thing. I already have to commit an action point to even lift the thing. Now you're talking about casting it more quickly?
uh,
No, I said I would allow you to make a check. An action point would be an
Oh.
automatic success if you wanted to move the lintel back on top. But you could just make a caster check. It's 6,000 pounds, so it is not an insignificant caster check.
Yeah, I don't want to risk losing my 8th level spell slot on,
Well, but-
on a dice roll.
Right. I mean, I would say, so the way I'd probably work it, because you have this ability to constantly shift things, like I would say it probably is still going to take you like a minute to lift this thing up and get it on. And then the question really is, at the end of that minute, here's your caster check. Did it go on or did it roll off the top because you missed slightly? In which case,
Yeah.
you have to take another minute to get it back up and make another check, and maybe it rolls off.
Yeah.
So
That
you know,
doesn't seem
but it
like
will
a
last.
sound-
It will last for 10 days. You'll get if you get the spell off. But you are crudely trying to use this spell as an earth mover, which it's not really designed to do.
Yeah.
So,
Could be inspired as well.
it's that, or we just kill these fucking things right quick. Like, come on, just fucking get to
Right
it.
quick.
yeah.
Well,
Man
hey,
up, and fucking let's do
hey,
it.
you guys do what you want to do. Clave will react.
Just a few firestorm giants and Alnar.
You real like this happens every fucking time. We have a hard fight because 2 people sit out of the whole fight.
Hey, I didn't sit out last time. I got stabbed to death.
I tried to get you
Once
back in. I don't know.
Clave sits the fight out.
It's literally sitting out.
Bleeding out, but
Yeah.
just kidding.
I tried getting him back in.
Yeah, we saw how well that worked out for Clave.
You should have moved. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't expect them to think, oh, let's just stab this guy. Let's go for the guy who's actively hostile toward it. No, they were like, no, fuck this guy. They had it out for you that day. I don't know what to tell you. Those
Well,
guys
I
in
mean,
particular are like, no, fuck this guy.
But you know what? I think it made sense because they saw me casting spells. Who knows what spell I could have cast? So I'm even like down like that.
I was casting
Well,
spells.
Yeah, but
I had an active spell going.
Well, and they realized, well, so first of all, it was because you were prone and because they realized you were faking being dead.
Yeah.
So they decided, hey, it's easy to hit. It's right there.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're aware that you were healed, but you were probably still wounded and like you were an easy target. That's why they went after you again.
Yeah.
And also they're assassins, so they like those easy kills. They can get 'em.
Oh,
They
their
need to
assassin
keep
friends
padding
now.
their resumes.
That you know what? That's
Right.
fair. I don't think I was hit by the assassins, so I don't know if I knew of the poison that was on their blades. So now I know. But anyway, okay, so
So Teal's fine with he's fine with wanting to see if we could figure out how to go back and do an insane number of buffs to Clave to make the Earth Mover thing work. Or Teal's gonna be like, well, we could target the Goliath and try to see if we can one shot and we can kill the Goliath very quickly. And then the Giants will not have any Goliath to boss them around. Also, I have my Wand of Fear.
I mean, if we round a corner, or you know, I don't know, if we we can't tell Clave, we can't talk to Clave. He's too far up. But we look like Goliaths even. Now we know that. Like, oh yeah, we just know they
Tell-
listen to the Goliaths.
Telepathically, Clave would say to Aurelia, "Man, they look really pissed. It seems like it didn't really work like we thought."
Mhm.
That being
So,
said,
Yeah,
I
so
might be able to do
position
something.
yourself where you
Oh,
want to
yeah, that's right.
start, so we can roll for initiative.
I should
Oh,
double check.
man.
So, for some reason, the demon snakes aren't on my screen share turn order, but they're on my DM turn order.
They
So I
don't
don't
show
know what
up
to do
on,
about that.
they don't show up on my like yeah, they don't show up on the play on my screen either.
I'll just put them in again and see if that does it.
I think Kepri would still be mist form or cloud form. I got no reason to have Kepri pull out of that.
Okay.
And I like this spot, I guess. I don't know about T-hole, but
Did
I
you roll for
imagine like
initiative?
T-hole was like rounding the corner and like yeah, I like pictured like just getting back to the village. And then like
Well, but then you had 2 minutes.
I mean
No.
yeah, that's
So
true.
you could be wherever you wanted to be on this map. Just
Uh
please, I just ask out of kindness that you not say, I want to be 25 feet off the map.
right. I mean, so if we
We
had
moved-
2
we
minutes, we
moved.
might be able to like go into one of these buildings to set up, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
Stick together.
he wouldn't Teal
Well-
would kind of stick with Zarius. He's not gonna run away from the healer. That's a bad idea.
Well, you run really fast at least, so there's that. That being said, if we go into this door, I feel like they would see us, right? So I thought like go to one that they wouldn't see. I don't know the angle. I'm guessing that's kind of the angle that they're coming from,
Right.
where you have them. So
Yep.
this house here blocks line of sight. So for as far as they know, we kept running into the village.
Yeah, I mean, your issue would be the snakes flying around still might have seen you. And you don't know. I mean, they have human-like eyes. You don't really know if the snakes are intelligent or not. They seemed like they were obeying some commands, and the Goliath suggested that sometimes they disobey orders, which suggests that they're not unintelligent.
Hmm.
But demons so hard to control.
Well, this
But
is
yeah, but it is
a good
entirely
place,
possible.
isn't he?
Yeah, it's possible they won't know what building you're in if you hide in a building.
Yeah, I think this building is as good as any.
Okay, so Zarius, roll me your initiative.
Oh, okay, cool. One of those is
Uh,
really bad.
So the giants come running up, and these two begin to demolish the wall of this building, which really won't take them much more than a round. This one's going to run here. This one's going to double move here, but not quite get there yet. Let me see. That's. And then the Goliath, he's probably going to have to double move as well. Make it to about there. And it's Zaris's turn.
Okay. I don't know if I have much I can really do here. I think I just I think we just hang out here. Just sit quietly, I guess. All my things would reveal where I'm at and or require me to get way closer.
From our perspective, what does it look like the giants are doing? Like just destroying that one house for some reason?
Make me an insight check.
I know exactly what they're doing.
I'm
You're
at
pretty sure.
disadvantage.
Yeah, you're still pretty sure that they don't know where they are. So they know they came off in this direction towards the village, but that was a 5-minute walk away. Snakes were high in the air. Like they didn't see what building they went into. So they busted down the wall to see if they were in that building.
Okay.
And so it seems like this is their version of searching the houses, demolishing buildings as they go. I mean, luckily this is all pretty much mud brick buildings, so to them this is tissue paper.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is there furniture in here?
Yeah. These were once like lived in homes. These were the first ones to be ransacked, however, because it's closest to
Right.
the actual gates. So there's nobody here at the moment, so far as you know. You haven't been in the cellars. But yeah, they're furnished.
Okay.
Do you want me to take 10 minutes to furnish all the little maps?
No, I assumed there'd be something in here. I just wasn't sure if there would be much that we could kind of hide behind or something.
I mean, they're definitely, so the bedding in this region is almost all just cloth on the floor.
Mhm.
So you could definitely attempt to get underneath all of these piles of cloth to hide. There's not like, large chests or closets or anything like that. These are all just one room dwellings. So that would be the one place to hide. Now, if the giants beat the buildings enough that the roof collapses, that might do
Right.
some damage when it falls on top of the bedding.
No, yeah, I figured that much. I see them destroying the place, so I don't want to like become vulnerable to that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's much I could do. Yeah, so they're not here yet, so I think I assume we probably have at least a turn before they reach this building.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know where they'll go next. They seem to have split up.
Yeah. How does holding a spell work for you? Does it consume the spell slot if it comes back around to my turn?
Yeah, if you start holding it now.
Okay, then I shall wait.
Okay, so, let's see.
Hmm.
So this one is going to fly over here. And will, can't do that. It's gonna burst through the door and look inside. That's most of its action, so, and then it will fly over here and stop. This one's gonna fly here and do the same to this building. This one will fly here and do that. So the second two both burst through a door as well and look in. That's Teal's turn.
Yeah, there's no cellar or anything on this one, you said, right?
Almost all these buildings do have a cellar. So you could also go down into the cellar. That is even more stuff to fall on top of you if they really bust the place up.
Um. Hmm. I am gonna hold my action until someone comes knocking through this, or until an enemy comes knocking through this door, or through into our building.
Okay. So these two giants here basically just collapse this building and then enter into it and begin kicking through into the cellar beneath it. This one is going to break through this corner and begin to demolish the walls of this building. This one's going to do the same thing for this building. This one's going to come around and begin beating on this building, but that's their turn. The Goliath is going to move. Gets to about there. He seems to be headed for this building. And Zarius' turn again. Oops.
Where's this one seem to be heading?
This building.
Okay. What kind of what's the window situation?
Uh, there is a small window where you are, which is how I assume you're seeing him. And then there's basically one window on each other wall. There's no glass. These are just open holes.
Right. I'm just curious if something becomes within view. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So if they're going there, okay, so they are right before me. What's the range on this? Okay. So and how about the Goliath there?
What about him?
What's he look like he's doing?
So the Goliath looks like he's headed here. To the building just above you, the one you're in.
Okay. Um I assume that for the most part, the giants are sort of, are they native to this plane of existence?
As far as you know,
Okay.
some giants may not be, but most of them seem to be.
So all right, so I'm gonna see as soon as this one like gets up to this building, I'm gonna prepare to cast banish on him.
Okay. So, the snake. Just use this. This one double moves up to here. But otherwise doesn't do anything. This one begins to wind its way inside here. And this one, seeing that the giant is about to knock this building down. He's gonna go over this way. And he'll make it to about there. T-hole. The giant snake hasn't broken through the door yet, but it is outside and you can feel heat just radiating from it right through the wall.
All right. I am going to well, T-hole turns to Zarius and kind of motions like his head, like kind of
It's like I aim to try and take out one of these giants from the fight, at least for a while. Speaking quietly, of course.
well. I guess the fight's beginning then.
Yeah.
And T-hole will he has it because he brought his arms out in his visage like close to when they were arriving in town.
Mhm.
So he's going to strike at this creature. So he'll like jump out and punch him.
Surprise, motherfucker.
So you're 10 feet away, I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
So
You
yeah,
don't really jump out then, you just open the door.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like he jumps, he comes into view.
They're
really bad rolls.
Do you have advantage?
No.
So you open the door and go, ha, and start punching at it. But nothing lands.
So first two, and then, but my bonus action is another two. So I got one more. Great. Yeah. Just keep
So
fighting.
you take 3 punches and nothing lands, and then you're like, ah, and then that one doesn't land either.
Yeah, that's just my luck. I'm not gonna roll again because clearly the RNG is just the RNG is
You
just,
didn't roll over a 4 the whole time.
It's like
so
that scene in Pulp Fiction when the guy comes out blasting, doesn't hit either Vince or the other guy.
Jules.
Yeah.
Man.
The snake looks down just to check to see if it's been injured, surprised.
I guess that's my turn. I will. Let's see. Well, I still have movement. Let's see, but my movement won't get me very far on this map. So, yeah, I think that's just going to be my turn.
Okay, so the snake would have let out a cry. Only T-Hole would have understood that it was saying that it found you. So the giants all begin to move. Makes it about there.
That's good enough for me.
Hopefully you roll better than a 4.
Hopefully he doesn't.
Oh
roll
yeah.
well.
Critical success.
Well, you got a good chance, a very good chance. He's banished. That one vanishes.
I like to think there's like a rush of air as like it's like a vacuum as he's. Hey, does he have the astral plague now just in case he survives?
You will may never know, but maybe not. Maybe he made his con save.
Since
So the
wait,
other-
how far away? Because that affects all of us, right?
No,
When we're already infected.
no.
Yeah,
Traditionally,
you-
it's not supposed to.
No, because Aurelia teleported
Aurelia's
and
Right.
it
totally
made it
fucking
worse for
different.
all of us.
Right. So there is a radius around which when you have this extra dimensional effect where everybody could potentially be affected. You know, you don't necessarily know what that radius is.
Really hope 200 feet is outside of it.
But
200 plus.
yeah,
At,
but
maybe at our
there is-
infection rate, yeah. It just grows bigger. That I do know.
so this portal sort of opens and swallows the giant. There is a little clap of thunder as it disappears and the air rushes in to fill the spot it was in. And Zarius and T-Hole make me con saves.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, I'm glad I didn't join the fray. At least not right away.
Look at us. We're fucking golden here.
So you
Yeah.
don't notice anything. Oops. That doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna bother rolling for them. They're not gonna matter if they are infected with the astral plague. Although it might to my next campaign when the astral plane rages across the continent.
Oh yeah, because all those Dragonborn in town might now be infected.
The ones hiding in the cellars.
Yeah, wonderful.
So, but the you see that the giants all stop and they begin to blast at the wall of the front wall of this house.
See, I knew it. I knew they had some kind of rage bullshit.
But it's not rocks. So they're bucking the trend. Said, you know what? We are not going to be like those giants who hurl rocks. We're going to shoot fire bolts.
Firestorm bolts.
Right. So the front wall of this house is more or less just collapsing at this point. There are significant holes in it, and they can see you through those holes. Although for the moment you have partial cover, but they could probably hit you next time in the next round if they do that again. And unless they want to move up and attack you physically, the Goliath. He is actually, oops, got two of them. He's going to actually step back, and he yells at them in a language that Zarius doesn't understand. But T-Hole, you hear him say, "Collapse the building down on their heads." And it's Zarius' turn.
People will convey that information.
Understood. Um, let's see. So they apparently a plan to bring the building down around us. So Zarius will sort of move over to this wall and then cast Stone Shape and open a hole. We can move through here. And I'll just like take my last movement out.
Okay. Are you stopping there or moving on?
That's as far as I can move, so that's 30 feet
Oh, okay.
and an action. So bonus action, I can't do anything. So
All right, so at this point, Clave, seeing that these giants just fucking destroyed the building, basically the front of the building with these blasts. What do the blasts look like, by the way?
You see there is initially it looks like they're summoning a little storm cloud to their hands, but then it bursts forth with it's just a wave of what looks like just streaks of force moving through the air with swirls of flame within it. And then they struck the wall and you heard the clap of thunder as it hit.
Okay. So Clave is going to fly over here in his wind form. Let me just make sure that's the right spot. Yeah. And then he's going to use oh, that's going to take 2 action points to do that. All right, that's fine. I'll use 2 action points, I guess. Or do I want to do that? All right. So yeah, I'm gonna use both action points. The first action point is to materialize from cloud form as an action. And I will allow myself to fall a bit. Just momentarily while I cast fly on myself. And then, so I want to maintain being, at least like a couple 100 feet, in the air for now.
Okay,
Cause I don't wanna, I wanna be out of range because I didn't think this through too great because I didn't realize the action point cost involved with this, but it's too late now.
okay, so we'll say you had to fly up first, but you're still 200 feet up.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope, that's all for now. Also when I'm flying, it looks different than before. Now, it looks like, Clave actually becomes like a shadow. His whole body kind of transmutes.
Uh, so what do they want to do? So this one's gonna, well, he'll fly 5 feet closer. And T-Hole, at this point, you really feel like your skin is on fire. So you may take damage when your turn starts
Okay.
because you are right next to this thing that is essentially on fire itself. And it's not a deck save. I had to confirm that. Otherwise, it would be like you feel like a normal person might burn. But once it gets close to you, it is actually going to attack.
The second one hits.
And that's its turn. And then this one, seeing Zarius come out, will fly over and up to Zarius. And you also feel like you are burning and on fire. And this one is actually going to do the same, but fly to the other side.
Ah,
And
it's
then,
nothing.
and then, so this one erupts into a fireball, which will envelop Zarius and T-Hole. Although it doesn't know that T-Hole is largely immune to such things. But make me deck saves,
I'm
because you
quite
never know.
pretty resistant to fire.
I'm gonna spend a Kai point to re-roll that. Ah, damn it! Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's fine.
And the second one that seems to be unaffected by this fireball is just going to attack Zarius, biting at him.
Two hit.
And that's their turn.
Are those considered magical piercings?
Let me see. No, they're not.
Sweet. I do have to make concentration saves though, so let me take this damage right quick.
Also, Kurt, because I was up in the air and in a cloud form, I mean, these creatures are all kind of focused on what they're doing. Would they have noticed Clave?
No, they don't seem to have,
Okay,
at least not yet.
good.
Right, still banished.
And the third one.
I
'Cause
only
you
got
got
hit.
hit.
I only
Got
got
hit
hit
by the
twice.
fireball.
Oh,
and
that's
then-
right, the fireball thing. That's true. This is the one okay, cool. I was gonna say, this is the one I failed.
It's T-Hole's turn, and roll me a deck save, or sorry, roll me a con save. Uh, So you take half of this and you're not knocked prone. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. Never mind. Fuck that.
Damn.
Take half of this.
Uh,
And actually, because you failed your save, you were already prone. From the flare.
gotcha. Okay, so evasion only applies to damage, not to the effects. Did
Evasion
you
only
make-
applies to deck saves.
Yeah, wasn't that last one?
Right. Sorry, I've misremembered. I didn't realize you made it. I thought you failed the deck save. on
I
the
did
flare.
fail the deck save, but like
you
it's
were-
still a failed deck save.
Oh,
with
yeah,
it,
no,
it's
if you
still
failed this,
half damage.
yeah, then you would still be knocked down.
Okay. Yeah, all right. All right. Seven. All right. 17 damage.
Yeah, you take half the 17 because you made
Oh.
your save. So 8.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
And it's your turn.
T-Hole is going to attempt to strike it.
And it's
And I'm going to spend a Kai point for a stunning strike. That's a success. And
I assume you stood up first.
yeah, half my movement. Yeah. I'll just keep going, I guess. I was hoping I could just get it one and done.
That's a hit.
Attempt another stunning strike. Man. Rolling well. And I guess I'll just attack 2 more times.
First one's a miss, second one's a hit.
Thanks, martial arts die. And I'll attempt one more stunning strike. There
That
we
time it
go.
failed.
And with that, T-Hole is going to use. See, you've got 25 feet of movement ish. He's gonna run past this creature and get out of the house.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
And the Giants. This one's gonna move here. Since you're out. And it raises its obsidian axe over your head.
Oh, yeah, they both hit.
Too far away from you, by the way. can't-
This one,
Can't protect you from crits there.
this one runs up, and realizes it's gonna get too close to this fire snake. So it's gonna move through its buddy's thing and basically wind up about here. So it basically has to double move. But it is going to try to get you between those two, get between you and that house. And then this one. It also has to double move. It's gonna get to about there. That's their turn. I assume the banished guy doesn't get a save, right?
Not the current
Oh,
version,
yeah.
the 1D&D version does.
Right. Just making sure I wasn't misremembering that.
Yeah, I forgot to actually check. Yeah, I was gonna confirm on that. Yeah, just here.
The Goliath has to double move, but he also runs up to T-hole. So that's his turn. And it's Zarius's turn.
Alright.
First, make me 2 con saves, because you're flanked by these. Actually, no, one of them flared. Make me 1 con save. One of the snake's scales go dull after it nova'd into a fireball.
Con save, single con save.
Yep.
I don't know if that's enough.
That is not quite enough.
Yeah.
But it's not that big an effect. So take 14 fire damage minus your fire resistance.
7 another con save for concentration. Fuck. I'll action point that. Fuck. Alright, fine. It's meant to be apparently.
And so off in the distance, you see popping back in, pushing a light breeze starts as it pushes air out of its way, but it reappears. Oops, did not reappear. So what are you doing with your turn?
Oh yeah, that's that spell's not effective yet. Um. Okay. I guess it's not worth it at the moment. Okay, so yeah. All right. We'll go Spirit Guardians, I think. Yeah. So I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians. And then I don't think it'll quite reach everybody. So I'll just kind of use it to hopefully harm these guys some more, and then yeah, on their turn, I'll roll some damage. Bonus action, speak the word of on my staff. No, actually, I guess I shouldn't. I don't know if it has to make con saves as well when it's animated. I don't know how you would rule that, but
What, your staff?
yeah. While I animate it, because it could take damage technically.
I didn't even know it could take damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I would probably just have you make a con save. I don't know what its con would be.
Yeah, that's what I'm not sure either. So yeah, it says the snake head can be can be attacked while it is animate. It has an AC of 15 and 20 hit points. If it drops to 0, it's destroyed. So,
So
I've
I would
been
just say
cautious of that.
I would just say that it it lives or dies by your con save. It takes damage accordingly.
Then I will not animate it. And then I think that's about all for bonus actions. So yep, that's it for me.
Okay. Clave.
That's
I'm going to fly down 120 feet,
Mhm.
and try to do so as stealthily as possible. I know it's difficult to stealthily
Uh,
just fall
Well,
in
yeah,
the
I mean,
middle of the open air,
so
but
you could definitely make me a stealth check. I don't know what it is to fly stealthily. It's it's not slowly exactly, but you don't make much noise. So, but go ahead and make me a stealth check.
can can I just go down without making the stealth check?
No, I do need you to make a stealth check. I need to figure, I know what their passive perception is. So as you get that close, like within 60 feet, do they
I just
notice?
know that this is where I critically fail. Cause and Clay will fart or some shit like that. Alright. Jesus Christ.
So as you lie down silently, holding in a fart, you manage to successfully stave off passing gas, but still one of the giants looks up and says, "Above us!" But that's it. Now
Okay.
what rest of your turn?
Yeah, well, I used a double move to get down that far, so that's my turn.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I would say you could fall kind of like hundreds of feet. So I wouldn't necessarily hold
Oh,
you. I mean, if you want to have like a
no, no,
controlled
no. If
descent,
I don't mind like falling and catching myself if I can do that so that I can because
I
that
think
would
that that makes sense to me.
okay, perfect. Uh so and then once I get into range, I am going to cast Mass Suggestion. And I can get everyone but these two snakes. And what I'm going to, the suggestion is going to be, hey guys, your friends up north are in trouble, but you can't leave without putting up the stone because your other friends won't be able to get through. So you need to do that.
All right. So first giant. Second giant. Third giant. Fourth giant. So they are all convinced to go. Goliath. Oops. One.
Glad the algorithm's working in our favor this time.
I do not
For
appreciate
once.
that T-hole has given me T-hole cooties. And then the snake.
Who has the astral plague now?
Somehow the snake made it. So
Well, oh
they
yeah, there's
begin
only
to
one.
mutter to themselves, we have to go north. And then Goliath says, the great leader might need our help up north. We have to go north. Anything else you're doing?
No, that's all my actions.
But the snakes, let's see.
Yeah.
60 feet up. The snake can fly up to you.
Nice.
Is it? It's not. Is it? Let's see. It was stunned to the end of my turn.
Oh, you know what? You're probably right.
So yeah, I think it.
Yeah, he's still stunned. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Nice.
Excellent.
Almost unstunned.
The 69 was excellent, or was nice, but that was excellent.
Most excellent, dude.
Yeah. So this one, you're luckily Clave catches a break because this one is now considered starving. And this one can't quite see where Clave is because of the building. So the starving one isn't going to go after Clave, even if it could, because it wants to eat Zarius, because Zarius is closer.
Yep. Well, it's a good thing I can negate that crit. But otherwise, those all hit. Oh, it's got to make those both got to make wisdom saves right quick before they can attack me. Before they attack me, I should say, because of my spirit guardians.
I don't know why it thinks they're blessed if they're not blessed. But they both fail.
So they both take that first, and then I'll take some
That-
damage here.
Right. And say that one hits you. And then the second one, wait, it's this one. Second one is also going to try to eat you.
And then I assume that's like a minimum of 1 damage whenever it comes to the fire, because it's 1 fire cut in half.
Yeah, no,
but-
cut, I just say 0, cut in half.
Okay. I guess it is rounded down normally.
Yeah. And T-Hole's turn.
T-Hole seeing the giants and the Goliath all of a sudden lose interest and start talking about this journey north, sees his chance and is going to move away from them.
Yeah, as you start to move, you can see they weren't necessarily commanded not to like drag you off with them. So they're thinking about like, do we take all of our hostages north with us? What about this guy? But they're confused enough that they don't stop you from walking away.
Okay. Well, T-Hole's going to use the stun to his advantage and punch the stunned worm.
Has advantage though. So those both hit.
And 4.
So those all hit.
Come on, martial arts die.
I gotta make 3 con saves for my. Okay. Spirit Guardian is gone.
Any, anything else you're doing?
How badly is this? Is it how injured is it looking?
It's pretty injured, but it's not like on the verge of collapsing.
I'm gonna attempt a stunning strike with another Kai point. That just makes its DC is 17. So it's no longer stunned. And Teal is going to use the chance to back away. Let's see. So he was here, so back up to this point. Because he should be able to pass because they didn't attack him and this one was stunned. So he should be able to pass without getting hit.
Well, but this, you're right. So this one's stunned until the end of your turn. That's fine.
Yeah. So that'll be my turn.
So the fire giants start to walk away. There. The Goliath will follow them, although he's not as fast. So you hear him yell, something. Teal, you understand. He's like, "Where are you going? You have to carry me." Fire Goliath is like, "Uppies, uppies."
You guys ever watch The Tick on the Amazon Prime?
No.
I haven't seen the live action one now.
Oh God, it's so good. The second season had 100 tomatoes, but they still canceled it.
Man.
So Zarius, it's your turn.
Sure.
And make me a con save.
From the heat.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, sure.
So 5 fire damage.
And then let's see here. Yeah, let's see if this will work. I'm going to cast Vampiric Touch and reach out and touch this one. My friends might be
Okay.
able to get to this one sooner, so I'll just start seeing if I can work on this one. Vampiric Touch, I gotta roll to hit.
That hits.
Nice.
So
Oh, dang it. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. It already rolled the damage for me, huh? And I heal for half of that.
Anything else you're doing?
Um, at this specific moment, the Giants running away is helpful.
Yeah, they're walking at a leisurely pace. They're not running
yeah.
like they were when they were coming towards you.
It's a good thing that command is 24 hours.
Is it 24 or 8?
It's 24 for the
It's
mass.
24 for the 6th level. 10 days for 7th level.
That's right. It was that one.
It's 30 days for 8th level, and it's a year and a day for 9th level. Can't wait to get to that point. That orgy is gonna be awesome.
God, you know what we should all do?
Be careful on the orgy command though, because they may decide orgy with you guys.
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, I know who to orgy with. Come with us. We know of some Vargwheels. Fucking raided this one village and started having orgies there, man.
Yeah, that was Carthage. That was a big city. They went to have an orgy at.
Okay, so yeah, I think I think I'm all right. I did that.
Okay.
I'll take a step. I'll take a couple steps without that doesn't provoke, I guess. So
Yeah, that would provoke from this guy.
why would that provoke from this guy?
Okay, I guess not. You're right.
Yeah.
Let me just check their thing. Make sure I'm not misremembering it. So when you move,
Uh-huh.
they take their reaction to bite at you.
Oh, okay. Miss. Hit.
It's like mini sentinel.
Vampiric touch stays.
And now it's Clave's turn.
Um, this one's looking like it's gonna attack me.
It hasn't decided what it's gonna do yet. It just unstunned.
Okay, and okay. So I'm gonna move here. And I'm gonna cast a silent image to try and create a giant box to contain this guy.
What is the box made out of?
Metal.
So I'm gonna give it a dex save so that it can try to evade this box at your spellcaster DC.
DC 18.
They just made it. So there is a box there, but he flew up above it.
Okay.
Anything else you're doing?
Yeah, I only moved 10 feet, so I'm going to move another. So let's see. So I still have 50 feet of movement. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I don't want that thing coming at me.
Yeah, you're pretty safe at that distance, I think. 60 feet up.
So that's my turn.
So. Wanted to check something. It is going to fly over here, not quite that far, just to here. And it is going to attack T-hole for stunning it. Not super effectively.
Miss. All of those are misses.
And then these guys are going to
Oh, my bad.
attack Zarius.
Finally, I'm not like fucking counted on. Only one hit.
That's their turn. T-hole.
He's going to fight back. Oof. Good thing I don't have to roll any critical failure, fumble charts or anything.
Actually, let me just send a quick message.
Meanwhile, Clave is just gonna look up and see if Aurelius is sitting there in cloud form. I mean, I get it. Clave is not looking with judgment, just trying to see if you're still there.
Yep.
I do. It's just reading the text really quick.
Yep.
So
Three of your 4 attacks hit the creature though.
yeah. Yeah. So T-hole is yeah, T-hole is you know, Clave might I don't know if Clave would see anything. But yeah. Yeah, T-hole's looking a little frantic. And martial arts die.
Wow, that's a great martial arts die.
Oh wait, no, no, it's just a 1. I was changing a macro. That was the wrong macro. Yeah, so that's just a 1. Oops.
Anything else you're doing this round?
No, that's it.
The Giants all continue to move off. One of them walks back to pick up the Goliath. But they're just off the side of the screen at this point. Oops. And apparently Kepri's going with them because fuck this, I'm done. Zarius, your turn.
I gotta deal with the heat here, or
Yes, you're within 5 feet of him. That made it. So you take half damage. So half of half. So 3.
the 17
Oh yeah.
or the 12.
You're-
I don't know.
No, that is if you were to physically attack it, it would have been 12. So it's 4 fire damage.
Technically have to do this. Barely make it, but I made it. That being said, the vampiric touch's heal is not going to be quite so efficient, but it does hurt them. And it's gonna take them a minute to truly hurt me. I mean, I'm pretty rough, but definitely below half health. Yeah, I guess I just should do this. These guys, I assume, aren't rough at all.
Nope, they're not that rough. You hit them a couple times, but
Yeah.
not near as much as the one Teal's fighting, and it's still up.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal myself here. Get 70 hit points back. Yeah, that's that. I can't do the whatchafucket here, so the sword things or my scythe. So that's it from me.
Okay. Clave.
Hmm. Let's see.
And just to be clear, Peter, just like with Clave, if Aurelia wanted to join in, you could action point and become physical again at any point.
Okay,
So you just let me know.
yeah, I'm just waiting to do that reincarnate on Zarius. I'm just trying to save my.
Could be your time.
Not likely.
By the way, one of my first thought with this whole encounter was, well, Clay's probably gonna mass suggestion the Giants to lift the lintel back up on top of that.
Yeah.
That was my
Oh.
first thought.
Zarius is gonna have some words.
Hey, and Clave is gonna have words back.
Motherfucker, you could have done this from the beginning.
Um,
And the Giants being more political, obviously you had a conversation with them like they're the demons are hard to deal with. The Giants are a little bit easier, but so as it turns out, I was sort of right. I could not have predicted this was how it was going to go down, but you ultimately used mass suggestion to get them to put the lintel back up and go away.
That's okay. This is more. We got to learn more about the Giants and the Goliaths.
Okay, so. Let's see. Okay, if I do that, so Clave is gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Actually, 40, uh, 45, 50, 55, 60. And is gonna use Synaptic Static on this guy. Or not Synaptic Static, because that would hit Zarius. Mind Sliver.
Oh, he fails.
Okay. So he gets a minus D4 to his next saving throw. Before the end of my turn. Next turn. And that's my turn.
All right. So it's an action point just to turn back into regular form.
Yep.
You know,
Okay.
technically, if you had been transforming like this whole time, it might be about now that you would have reformed.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Um,
it really hasn't been nearly that long. It's been like 5 rounds.
Oh, only 5? Feels
Yeah.
like so much more.
Okay. So can I fly
Nope.
down at least 50 feet and then
You could-
transform?
You could fly all the way to the ground and transform.
Oh,
yeah.
well, no, I'd want to do like 50 feet so I could just like free fall and not take any damage because that'd be cool.
Yeah, you do you, but you move it like 100 miles an hour in cloud form.
Okay. All right. So
So you could really wind up pretty much anywhere on the map as part of a move action.
oh, okay.
I mean, depending on how high you want to free fall from, you could fly up at 100 miles an hour too, and then like really get the full experience.
The full. Kind of a waste, but that's fine. I'll just drop. Let's see. I'll move a little bit closer. Like right. Oh, I know. Right there. And I'm gonna cast. Well, I'd have to. Is that? Am I gonna have to use an action point to do anything, or is that it?
No, that's your move to get
Okay.
there. And then, well, it's an action to transform. So
Okay.
that would be it if you transform back.
Okay. Then I won't get that close. All right. All right. That will be my turn then.
So you were essentially after Clave. It's their turn. The one near Zarius is gonna, the 2 near Zarius are gonna bite at Zarius. And second one. And then the one near T-hole will bite at Z-hole.
Are all 4 of those
3.
free? 18, 23, and 14.
Yeah,
23 hits. And I'm going to use my reaction for what it's worth to deflect the 1 fire damage.
okay. It's your turn.
um, T-hole is going to Is he gonna do anything special? He'll just use his arms.
Second one hit.
That's yeah. The first one, the second one had the martial arts die attached to it. And then
Those hit.
cool. And hold on a sec, let me see something. Yeah, not in range. So T-Hole's yeah, he unleashes a barrage of punches, looking even more frantic. And that's going to be his turn.
Okay. Zarius's turn.
Con save.
Yep. You take 3.
And then the concentration. Okay. Fine. Vampiric touch is gone. Yeah, okay, so I'll just do on this guy, I'm gonna Toll the Dead.
Failed.
That's it for me.
Okay. Clave.
Um. What did you do, Zarius?
Just Toll the Dead.
Told the dead on that guy. Okay. I'm gonna use Mind Sliver again on the same guy. So he succeeds. That's my turn.
Aurelia.
I'm gonna chain lightning the two snake dudes next to Zarius. Shit, yeah, I'm in range. X.
Damn.
So they are very nimble and manage to avoid the brunt of it.
Yeah.
But still lightning crackles across their skin a bit.
Does it look like it hurt him or?
Yeah, it definitely hurt them some.
Okay.
The starving one attacks Arius. And then the not starving one.
2 hits again.
Dang.
How high up is Clave now?
Glaive is about 60 feet up.
But he's still going after T-Hole.
Does it start at the 29?
Yes.
Yeah. That. It's enough. It's enough to drop him. So yeah, he drops to 0. Won the first attack.
Oh, okay. Then a different thing happens. Well, he has fed, but so if you dropped on the first attack, then Clave, you watch as this snake creature completely comes up over the top of T-Hole and goes down and swallows him whole.
Jesus. Um. Okay. So I know what I'm doing with my next turn.
Likes poison.
Mordenkainen's Heimlich.
Mordenkainen's Heimlich maneuver is a great spell name. So T-Hole's turn. Give me a death save.
Made it.
He made it. Actually, I forgot though. You also took when you got swallowed. This is right.
I took damage.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So you actually suffer a 1 failed death save from being crushed by this thing as it's swallowing you. But you have 1 successful death save as well.
Okay.
Giants continue to walk away. Zarius, it's your turn.
I don't think I'm aware of anything that's going on over there.
No, that wall between you and him is still intact.
So I'm gonna, continue on what I've been doing. Toll the dead on that same guy. Or actually, these guys are both within 5 feet of me. That radiant damage? Yeah, but it's lesser damage. Yeah, let's. Well, no, I'm gonna toll it down. I'm gonna stick with it. Sure. Then, yeah, I'll go ahead and just cast the spirit weapon.
16 does not hit.
Alrighty.
Glaive.
All right. Clave is going to uh move to ground level. And then he is going to cast telekinesis. And as part of the telekinesis, try and rip T-hole out of this creature's mouth.
So he's completely swallowed. Do you have to see the object you're manipulating?
Well, I mean, I can like the manipulation can be as fine of motor control that I can imagine, because you can use tools with it. So could I try to like clamp down on the thing's throat and kind of squeeze him out like a tube of toothpaste?
Uh, yeah, I suppose you could try.
Okay. Now with these, because it's a here, I'll post this spell. So it's a contested caster check. With me having a level of exhaustion, would that be a disadvantage?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
So I guess it'll just make a strength check against your caster check.
Okay. Now, is that because I think last time we were was it just a pure caster check, or were we doing like with proficiency? I think we were doing something with proficiency last time. But I don't remember if it was this or something else.
I'm not sure. I mean, I remember giving you proficiency on stealth to hide your hut.
Okay, that's fine. So, just a caster level check then. Bards.
So you're you're at disadvantage. Forgot. Oh. So yeah, you squeeze, but this creature is, in addition to being quick, it's very strong.
Okay.
And it is able to keep its mouth closed and keep its muscles just gripped around Teal.
Okay.
But it has spun around now and is eyeing you.
Yeah.
Anything else you're doing?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Aurelia. You have also watched as T-Hole is swallowed whole.
Okay, and Clave tried to do something. He
Yeah, what does it look like, Clave? Does it look like you tried to do something? Or was it just you staring intently?
No, so when I use telekinesis, it looks like my shadow leaps from my feet like at the ground and then reaches out to the creature's shadow. And it interacts with the shadow, and through interacting with the shadow, it interacts with it physically. So what it's actually, the image is like just of, you know, you're not able to see like the force, but you can see the shadow of it playing out.
um hmm. But it's still inside T-hole. I mean,
T-hole's inside it. Yeah.
yeah.
And not in a good way.
Yeah. Really? It's not a lot. So if I take a double move. Take a double move, I'm right about here. And I think. Oh, damn it. No, I made the little tool. Okay, and then use an action point, take another action. Because I take a double move to get there. Can I move 5 feet and cast a spell with an action point, or is that one or the other?
If you're spending an action point, I would let you move 5 feet and cast a spell.
Okay. Don't know how well this will work. I'm going to cast. I don't think I've ever used this spell, but sure. What the fuck? Conscious hideous laughter on it.
I have no idea what that does to it swallowed something.
Well-
I'm not sure it makes it cough things up, but
No, but it does incapacitate it, which would allow me to do an uncontested telekinesis grab.
Yeah, uncontested throat massage.
so it is incapacitated, laughing. I think, let me see, let me just make sure.
Demon
Yep, it's laughing.
cannot laugh. All right.
Right, and incapacitated, it doesn't mean it's uncontested, it means it can't take actions or reactions.
True. But the hope is that the digestive process will stop.
Well, so then that's a good question because like, how well will it be able to fight or resist the effect?
I mean, right now,
Because I know it's
laugh-
different than stunned. I mean, mechanically, it's different than stunned or something like that. That doesn't allow like strength saves or whatever. But
Right. No, I mean, I think it still gets to try to contest coughing up what's in its throat. I will give it, I'll say it's at disadvantage. I think that's fair.
okay.
So anything else Aurelia's doing?
I think I'm too far away from Zarius to inspire him, so
You're not
But
too
he
far away
doesn't
from
need
Clave?
Yeah, you
You're
could
not-
inspire me to give me a boost to my spellcaster check.
go, Clave.
Don't you still have movement left?
Who, me?
So
Yeah.
the Allnar is incapacitated, but T-hole, you still suffer another failed death save because you're burning up inside its fiery throat. That's not an action, that's just fire damage from being inside it.
Yeah.
So that's 2 failed death saves.
Okay. Hopefully next round we can get you out, T-hole, before you.
And it's T-hole's
Die.
turn, so make me a death save.
Oh, shit.
I have an action. I haven't used any action points, so I'm gonna use an action point.
Oh
No.
my god.
Last action point. Either roll a die or roll a new character. The die won.
I need to be able to fucking see you to heal you.
Get 2, so 2 failed death saves and 2 succeeded death saves.
The bottom of the 9th inning.
Giants continue to walk away with the Goliath for 3 full rounds now. Zarius's turn. You see your friends have abandoned you, focused on something else. You can't imagine what would be more important.
I mean, I'm a little busy. I can't do much here. And even if I could get over there, he's inside the fucking thing still. So
But I'm just saying, from you, you don't know what's going on with T-Hole. You just know that Aurelia and Clave seem to have turned their attention away. Make of that what you will.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. So I'm gonna swing my spirit weapon at this guy.
Yep. That's a hit.
And then I'll go ahead and toll the dead on him too.
Failed.
Go ahead and send it. Go ahead. You can do it. There you go.
Yeah, how many hit points do these things have?
Right.
I mean, it's a fair bit. The one you're fighting does look relatively rough. Not as rough as the one that's still got T-hole in his throat, but relatively rough. Clave.
Alright, I'm gonna try and squeeze T-hole out of the thing's mouth. And pull him from it.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, twice. First one counts. So 11.
can't be, or it can't. It can't. Yeah, that happened.
Um,
Uh,
I mean, it's a D10 for me.
it is a D10.
wait. Can I use my reaction to turn back time and have him re-roll? Does that count for that or not?
You can do that.
Yep. So roll again.
Okay.
So you're closer. It's much more likely that the inspiration die will affect the outcome.
Nice.
Done.
So T-hole is spat out. Actually, technically, wouldn't be spit out 10 feet. He'd be spit out there.
Is it possible for me as part of that to catch T-hole and pull him back 30 feet?
I view that as sort of a separate manipulation.
Okay. All right, that's my turn.
Aurelia.
All right. T-hole got spat out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now heal him.
you don't want that dramatic roll? What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. Run up the T hole. Time to get you back on your feet here. Twenty hit points back.
They suffer a level of exhaustion. But that clears the death saves. And you're prone.
All right. So T-hole, like he sputters up, covered in like burned to a crisp because he's got like he's not burned to a crisp, but he's definitely got scorch marks. And some of his clothes are singed, and he coughs up and he's like, Aurelia, where's Zarius?
You didn't have the high ground. I just point in the general direction where he is.
Does he doing anything else? Aurelia?
No, that's all my movement spell, and I did a reaction this round. Yeah, that's it.
So it's their turn again. So well, Snake, he's not pleased, but he has to make his saving throw. What was the save again? Wisdom for Tasha's hideous laughter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So he is still
No.
incapacitated, finding this all hilarious.
Right.
Then the two snakes around Zarius will attack him. First one, and the non-starving one. That's their turn. T-hole. Make me a con save. So you take 5 fire damage.
I'm gonna use my reaction to negate that. Oh wait, never mind. I don't know if I can do that because my arms probably disappeared when I died. Yeah, that doesn't say that they don't, but it would make sense that they do since they're like an active effect.
If it doesn't say that they do, then I would think that they remain
Oh, okay.
for whatever the duration is.
Yeah. It's 10 minutes, so it's gonna be the fight. So yeah, again, he negates that 5 fire damage. And he's gonna punch back
So you stand up first.
and stand up, which is all of his movement.
The second 2 hit.
Or shards die.
And he's looking very rough now, but he's still up.
And I'm gonna use a Kai point first, just in case. For stunning strike. Oh wait, it's incapacitated.
Right.
So I don't need, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
He gets a new save anytime it takes damage though.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. So he's not. The
Well,
first one broke the spell.
And I'm gonna attempt to stun.
So he's stunned.
Yeah. Nice. And that'll be T-Hole's turn.
Zarius.
All right then. I still don't know how hurt you are over there. Um. Let's see here. How rough's this guy looking right now?
I mean, compared to where he started, very rough, but it doesn't look like he's gonna fall down in this next turn.
All right. He's gonna make a con save because I'm gonna fucking blight his ass. And roll fucking. Yeah, I guess it's okay. Seem deceptive, but
So he failed.
still alive.
Yep.
All right, I'll go ahead and swing my spiritual weapon at him as well. Actually, hit the button. Away from it.
That hits. Yeah, he seems like he could take probably another round of that level of damage.
That's it for me.
Clave.
Clave is going to attempt to telekinetically grab that guy. So. But he's gonna fail.
Maybe not. They've done
Exhaustion.
worse. Oh, 6. Yeah, he can't really fail on a 6. Anything else?
Mm. Maybe actually. Let's see. No, nothing else.
Okay. Aurelia.
Okay. Hmm. All right, this dude's stunned, right? So
Yep,
attacks have advantage against him.
yep.
All right. Thank God. 22. 20. Ooh. 15.
15 misses.
All right.
First two hit though.
And force it.
Yeah, he's looking rough, but he is still up.
All right.
Anything else?
Nope. I gotta hang out here with T-Hole, make sure that get swallowed again.
So the starving Elnar is going to attack Zarius. The not quite starving Elnar begins to fly off. So Zarius, you can take an attack of opportunity if you want.
Um. Check something. I don't know. It's like they're warm, right? So if I hit this guy, I take some fire.
Yes, if you hit him with a melee attack, you can take some fire damage.
I'll just let him go.
And then he is going to come over and try to grapple Clave, winding himself around Clave. So
Yeah, I can't beat that.
and then he is going to fly off at half speed to there.
Okay.
And then this guy gets to make his well, he doesn't have to make a saving throw anymore. He's just stunned. So
Yeah.
he continues to be stunned, and it's T-Hole's turn. And you have seen now as Clave has been entwined in the coils of this thing and it's scooped up like takeout.
Is he off the ground?
He is, I mean, he's not in the air, but he is he is flying away, but he's basically at ground level at this point.
Gotcha. So you can do one arm attack on the stunned creature,
That hits, but he's still up.
2 arm attacks. It's a
That
crit.
hits. That's true. So let's see. And that's enough to drop him.
And well, I got half movement. So
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, at the start of your round, make me a con save because you're within 5 feet of him, or you were. So you take 7 fire damage.
I'm gonna use my reaction to deflect that. Let's see. I could get full movement if I use flurry or step of the wind, but then I won't be able to do anything. I'm going to move towards Clave. Here. And I'll say, oh no, I'm gonna get him first. You unhand him, creature. He's mine. As T-Hole starts running, kind of limping, actually, because he's kind of hobbled, almost like raving.
Anything else?
Oh, that's it.
Okay. Zarius.
So I'll kind of shift, or no, wait, that's right. These things can just strike for no fucking reason. I forgot about that. How far away is that? Is that considered? I have a 60-foot range spell. Is he out of the range?
No, I'd say that's 60 feet even. So you could hit him.
All right, I'm gonna toll the dead on him.
They fail.
Should send here momentarily. There it goes. Still up.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure. That was the one I had been hitting, so
Yeah, I mean he's looking rough, but not quite that rough.
okay. Then the spiritual weapon will swing at this guy here. Yeah, spiritual weapon. Yeah,
That's
okay.
a miss.
Roll a 2, that's what you get. Okay. I'll just shift it, I guess, a little bit. But otherwise, yeah, done.
Clave's turn.
So surprisingly, Clave looks like he has steel in his eyes, and he's not frightened at all of this thing. At least outwardly, that's what he appears. And he focuses his attention, dropping his concentration on telekinesis. And shadow flies from his body into the creature's eyes as he casts Phantasmal Killer.
They failed.
All right. So he is frightened, and at the end of its next turn, he makes another saving throw or takes 4d10 psychic damage.
Nice.
Okay. Aurelia,
Still holding on to Clave.
for the moment.
Phantasmal killer doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me either, and I'm kind of thinking about it now, because it doesn't say it's frightened of you, it's frightened of the phantasmal killer. So that means great, because it can't exactly get away from its phantasmal killer.
Right,
Unless,
but
until
it's
it makes
just-
it save, but
It's also just weird how the damage waits until the end of its next turn.
right.
Alright,
But it's like
so-
you're not necessarily the source of its fear. It's this mental image, these
Right.
nightmares of a creature. So, but Aurelius' turn.
Um,
Oh, and I'm sorry, Clave, make me a con save. Because you're wrapped around it.
This would have been before I cast the spell, right?
Yes. So 11 fire damage.
Okay.
no, we don't want him flying off. There's another spells I've never used. I cast Entangle. If it's not, if it's close enough to the ground. I mean, if it's too far away, too far above the ground, I won't.
No, it's not necessarily. S- So it could in principle be restrained.
I'm definitely restrained.
So it's not restrained.
Uh,
Does that mean Clave is wrapped up by these vines, but the creature, like, so like when he's kind of stuck to the ground and the creature has to pull him away?
Yeah, he'll have to rip him out of the ground. So where is the 20-foot square?
uh, like the creature would be dead center, so however you want to do that.
So
Yeah, that's fine. I wanna
one
look-
thing Roll20 does not do well, it's always hard to move these little shapes.
Yeah, that's good.
So it's their turn now. So it is going to try to rip Clave out of the weeds. Which it does. And it is then going to fly sort of up and away. So it's
Well,
not
wait a
difficult.
minute. It has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while it's frightened.
Okay, 24, 15, 18 misses. So I think the first one, I didn't realize I hit it twice, I guess is what happened there. So we'll say the 15. So Clave is then still bound to the ground. And it tried to pull him away, so it's just gonna drop him and start flying off. Oops.
Take
So
the,
it is about 30 feet up.
Yes, at the end of its turn, it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
okay, the end.
So
No,
it takes damage.
sucks.
It's still up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not dropping concentration this time like I did with Temple 1.
And then the one that's near Zarius is still starving, and Zarius is the closest meal.
Okay, yeah. Fuck, I don't know what the hell's up with these guys. Why they hit so easily. Plus
I
9, I
mean,
guess.
They've
Let's-
missed a bit in many attacks against you. Just 6 attacks around, something eventually is gonna hit. So that's their turn though. So it's Teal's turn.
Teal sees all these the vines, like I'll come back later. And he runs over to this creature and says, "Get away from him, he's mine." And he starts pummeling the creature. Oh. One hit.
The last one hit, yeah.
That's a decent martial arts die. I'll spend a Kai point for a stunning strike. That's a success. That's my turn.
Zarius. So you would notice Teal's looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah. What's Clave looking like exactly?
Fine.
I-
Clave is looking very stoic right now.
Does he seem damaged? That's what I'm
Yeah,
looking for.
but not significantly.
Um, so okay. It's difficult to say who I should do this to. I guess maybe I should. I mean, confirm, can I do? I have to be able to see them too. Can I see Aurelia? I don't know what she's doing right now. Is she on the ground?
Yeah, I'm on the ground. Are you looking to do healing or something?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, but like, it's a healing and like, it'll heal a bunch of people.
Okay, all right.
So like, I might
You have
just,
to, you have to see the person you're trying to heal,
in this particular instance, I do have to see them. Yeah.
because she's behind a corner.
Yeah. It is a bonus action, so maybe I could just take an. No, I'll just take the damage if he wants to do it. So I'm gonna start moving a tad so that I could see Aurelia.
Yeah, and he'll definitely use his reaction to try to bite, but he misses.
Sweet.
Technically, I forgot that while they're starving, they have advantage on attacks,
Ah.
but he still misses.
Okay, and then so what I'm gonna do is 7th level mass healing word. So it's gonna heal all of us. I believe I've gotten within the range to get yeah. Well, I guess you're not in a square, so I can't tell, but or and you might be up in the air too, huh?
He's not. He's
No.
on the ground.
Oh, you're
It's on
not.
the
Oh,
ground
that's
in
right.
some
That's right. You
vines.
were pulled up, right? I 60 feet
Yeah.
is the range, so I think he's within the range. So
Yeah.
yeah, 7th level mass healing word. So we'll all get these 5d4 plus 5 hit points.
Yes, you don't have to snap to the center of a square if you don't want to. Just for future reference. And he is in range.
So we will all get the 21 hit points.
Back up to full.
So that's a bonus action. So I would use my action to toll the dead on this guy here because he's going to be too far.
Failed.
It'll send shortly. There you go. I think D&D Beyond is struggling to remember if it needs to add my wisdom modifier to the damage, which it does.
So that's it.
That's it.
It's Clave's turn.
I'm just gonna sit there and continue concentrating on my spell.
Okay.
I mean,
it's
it's
a-
not even worth trying to get out of this. I have a -1 to strength, and it's a disadvantage since it's an ability check, so.
It's Aurelia's turn.
That dude's flying off, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Probably freaking out a bit too. Those are the nightmares in its mind.
Miss. 18, maybe? I don't know.
On the one that's flying away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
It's like 2 hits, 12 force damage.
It's still flying away. But it is looking bad. Anything else?
No, that's it.
So not dragging anyone away now. It's not moving at half speed. So 1, 2. So it manages to make it a pretty good distance, although it still might die because so it takes its phantom fear damage.
Jeez. Only 17.
Yeah, it's not quite enough. And then the starving one now has 2 potential targets. And it's gonna go for the bloodier one, which is T-hole. Because it needs to get you to 0 hit points if it's going to swallow you. It curses the fact that Zarius is far too close. And
So the first one hits. it's not really worth much, but negate the fire damage.
Yep.
So that fiery fang, that first fiery fangs is against T-hole as well.
All three of them were against T-hole.
All right, yeah. So obviously
It,
we'll negate
it's
that.
picking the target it can eat quickest. That's its only goal. Oh, that's true. Technically, it has advantage on all of its attacks. So the third one also hit.
That's true. Are you negating the crit?
I did negate the crit, yes.
Okay, so it's just 15. And check some wording. And then, yeah, -11. So yeah, he's looking pretty hurt.
But that's its turn. And it's your turn now. This one, it's not exactly undamaged, but it hasn't been hit nearly as much as the others.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it's looking reasonably healthy, except for the ravenous look in its eye.
T-Hole's gonna pull out his Wand of Fear and cast Flee or Cone of, I guess, yeah, he's gonna speak the command. He's gonna use it to do command. Which I don't have a spell for this on here, but basically it just does the command spell with the DC of save, DC 15 spell save,
What is that? Third level?
first level. So I can use
So what are you commanding it to do?
to flee.
So wisdom saving throw, by the way.
Yeah.
But I made it.
Nice. Well, there goes all of my ideas.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take a Kai point, spend a Kai point to do patient defense. And that will be my turn.
Okay. Zarius.
Okay. Well. Yeah, you know what? Let's well, no, I'll save it. I'll just toll the dead on this guy again. And I guess also swing my spiritual weapon at it.
That hits this time. Because he's starving.
Mm. Oh wait, I was gonna do another thing. I forgot. Oh well. I forgot.
Clave's turn. I
Doing
assume you're still
nothing.
concentrating.
Yeah.
Aurelius' turn.
Is that guy still in range?
He's 30 feet up and more than 90 feet away. So what's your range?
For Eldritch Blast is 120.
So Let's see. Well, you probably have to move a little bit because there's this corner clipping you,
Okay,
but he's 146.3 feet away from you.
so I think I get to like right there. Oh, no, one up.
Oop, I just moved you.
I think I can get to like, get to, all right. I'm just gonna try to,
So about 100 feet away.
Okay.
But 30 feet up. So let me just see. So he's 104 feet away. So you
Alright,
can hit
I'm
him
gonna
now.
keep attacking them.
That's a hit.
28.
That's a hit.
20.
Nice.
And that's enough. You see the flames begin to sputter out as it falls to the ground. Anything else?
That's it.
Can I ask a interesting question? Since I didn't really do anything, could that have been considered holding my turn?
Sure.
Okay. Cause then I'm gonna cast Phantasmal Killer on the one that the others are facing. Okay.
Then the Eldar. So it's going to continue to attack T-Hole, although he's dodging. But it has advantage, so it cancels out.
Wow.
What does
yeah.
it fucking care?
Yeah, he eats T-hole. That's
Well, when do you actually drop to 0?
the second attack.
Yes, then he swallows T-Hole. And as T-Hole goes into the creature's mouth, you all see there's a line of what looks like lava begins to pour between its scales as you begin to see flames then pick up and begin to move down the length of the creature. And Zarius, you feel like a blast of heat as this happens, as you're now within 5 feet and in the aura of this flaming snake.
Sure.
At least it's not attacking with advantage anymore.
That's true. Its armor class goes up, but it's no longer attacking with advantage. And T-Hole, you do take the last bit of damage as it bites you. So that's one failed death save,
All right.
and that's its turn. T-Hole, make me a death save.
It's another failed death save. I'm out of action points, so
I'm gonna go next. So
Just curious to see. Not that much damage, actually, but it's a second failed death save from the fires within.
oh, isn't that the third?
that's my third death save.
No,
'Cause he
no,
took one from
I
being
don't.
swallowed.
Right, but I don't carry those over from time to time. If you bring somebody back to 1 hit point, the old death saves don't carry over.
No, but
No,
he's
from
got
being
one
swallowed, from the
from
failed save, and now from the fire.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice he rolled a natural 1.
Oh, then
That's-
fucking, then he would have died right away.
I rolled a
Th-
9, so it was just a
No,
failed
yeah.
save, and then he took a failed save from like the bite damage at the end of the owner's turn. Right?
The-
And
Right, so it's two. You took basically one failed save because it bit down on you.
gotcha.
And technically, I guess that's a crit because it's attacking from within 5 feet. But Zarius can negate that if he wants to, so that's one failed death save.
I mean, if that were the case, then that would just kill him outright.
Right,
would
because
never have a chance.
Kurt, so here's the way that we're seeing it.
Mhm.
I don't know, because he took one failed save from the attack.
Right.
Now it's his turn. On his turn, because of the heat aura, he's taking damage, which causes a failed death save. And then he rolled a 9, which failed a third death save.
Okay, you're absolutely right. T-hole is dead. My bad.
I appreciate it.
Reincarnation.
Yeah, time to-
People naturally reincarnates anyways.
Yeah, but he'll probably come back as like another human, so this is funnier.
Yeah.
It's quicker for me to just revivify him right now while he's still in there.
So it's your turn, Zarius.
Yeah, sure, fucking is.
How can you revivify him if you can't see him?
I haven't reached my hand in there. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oops, I didn't
be
mean
like
to
he'd be
I didn't mean
reborn
to hit
from the
that, but
snake.
so you touch a creature that has died. I just have to reach in there.
Yep. Go for it.
But first, I guess now that he's lit up again, do I have to make that fucking con save?
Yes, you do.
Not to remind you of any bullshit, but
So 7 fire damage with your fire resistance.
Yep. How's this fucking thing looking anyways?
I mean, it's bloodied, just barely.
Okay. I guess I was like, who can hit this thing the hardest?
T-hole. He's gonna hit it the hardest.
Eh, with one single attack.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking all around for anything.
Do you have healing word?
You have to see what you're
You have to
targeting
see
with
him?
healing word.
Okay.
I have to see him for healing
Okay.
word. For not so for healing word, I don't think I have to see him. I just have he has to hear me, which he's dead.
Okay.
No, I can't.
Okay.
I can't heal him when he's dead.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I don't have
I'm-
healing word prepared. I only have mass healing word.
Yeah, it is a creature you can see healing word. I know the spell name leads you to think otherwise. But otherwise, healing word wouldn't work on anybody who was dead. And
Yeah, I
people
know. That's why I
use
said-
healing word all the time.
It does, yeah, it does specify. You can see. Anyway, because I don't have enough action points to properly do this like right now. I don't know. I suppose I could like hold it. I don't know what these people are gonna do.
I'm gonna cast Phantasmal Killer one last time.
Which will make it run away again.
No, it just makes it frightened and possibly takes damage.
Okay. Okay. Well, so
I was just looking at something.
I'm going to bonus action, go ahead and swing the spiritual weapon.
That hits.
That didn't roll my crit. Plus another 8.
No, it's a max.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait,
damage.
that's right. It's max. I forget about that.
So it's 13 and 9. 22.
Oh shit, I should have just done the thing. Oh well. Um so basically what I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna use my action point to do it. I'm basically gonna use an action point to get back a spell slot. It's a max of 5th level.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get a 5th level spell slot back, which I will use on my next turn. Because on this turn, I'm gonna hold my action till everybody else, till just before it's my turn again. To use my channel divinity. To basically say, hey, you have vulnerability to the next damage that you take. Because I'm gonna fucking blight this guy again.
Okay. Glaive.
Yeah.
Phantasmal killer.
So it's afraid.
So it has disadvantage on ability checks and saving or attack rolls now.
Attack rolls.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Aurelia.
Alright, Eldritch Blast again. Golly.
Oh man.
Ah, there we go. Made up for it.
Yep.
There I was, just a blasting.
Anything else you doing?
I'll start making my way back to where T-Hole was. His last known location.
Okay. And so since it's afraid, it slams face down into the sand, and you watch as the whole thing digs through and disappears, leaving no tunnel behind it. It has burrowed into the sand.
Needs to make a saving throw. Wisdom.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. 10 damage.
Oof.
So we have to remain in rounds because if it manages, what's your maximum hit points, by the way, T-Hole?
120.
Okay, because I've been keeping track of the damage it's done since it last did you in. if it can do 120 fire damage to you, you essentially are so burned up that you're gone. It has at that point completely consumed you. But it's sort of a race because it may well die of phantasmal killer damage.
If I can roll above a 1 on that damage.
And people
So-
may have. So right now, I'll tell you, it is about 20 feet below the surface. So anybody who can, its tail is closer to you than that, but not by that much. Its tail's probably like 10 feet down. Well, probably more than that, 5 feet down. So anybody who can hit it without having to see it is certainly free to go. Obviously, Clave's going to maintain concentration. So we're sort of kind of out of rounds, but we have to mark each number of rounds so that we can compare phantasmal killer damage versus damage done to T-hole. See whether or not T-hole is going to be burned up.
Hopefully it floats to the surface if it dies.
So, right. And now since it's Teal's turn, Teal actually takes the next bit of damage. So another 7. So 13 of 120, it's done to T-hole.
So if it doesn't make its wisdom save.
So does anybody have any way other than Clave's Phantasmal Killer to attack it without seeing it?
I could just move. I could attack it from the inside.
You could, that is always possible.
No, I'm pretty sure I have to be able to see anything. Yeah.
It has to hear me.
I'd say it could still hear you.
But it will move away from me. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's running away because it's freaking out. Because it's on a bad trip, thanks to Clave.
What's the range on Phantasmal Killer?
The range just
Doesn't matter.
continues.
Oh, it doesn't matter? Okay, so basically got one crack at it. All right. I'll do Dissonant Whisper then. That's within 60 feet if it can hear me.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
All right.
That's wisdom.
I believe so, yes.
So it failed.
All right, so it takes 23
23.
psychic.
And then it will make its wisdom save against Phantasmal Killer. Failed, so it takes damage.
Jesus Christ.
And then
20, here, yeah. 27.
you're not exactly sure. Its burrow speed might not be the same as its flying speed. In fact, I'll tell you it's not. So it may or may not be in range, given that you already Dissonant Whispered it.
Right.
So it moved again. So you could try that again if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna
You're
have
just-
to. Yeah.
You're not sure if it's in range.
If it's
or
gonna
not.
work or not, that's fine. Yeah. I'll have to try it.
Somewhere in these rounds, I'll have cured myself, I guess.
No, it failed if it was in.
I do hit
Oh,
points.
thanks.
And then the hole takes another 2d10 damage, so another 11.
Wait, he didn't. He didn't save before for phantasmal killer damage before rolling again.
You're right. So he failed again.
Come on, another 10 damage.
Oh, 20.
20.
Okay,
Nice.
now we're getting to that, the average roll. We're at least moving on up. So it takes 20 damage before that 11
Right.
to T-hole.
Mm.
So. So I'll tell you, it's out of range of your Dissonant Whispers nail for sure,
Okay.
but it fails its save against Phantasmal Killer.
Nice.
Moving on up. Oh, good news. And then it's save versus Phantasmal Killer. Still failed.
Closer though. All right, that's some decent damage there.
Nice. Like T-Hole's gonna be so far buried with this creature as it's burrowing that, even if the creature does manage to die, he's basically like, at least he's got a grave. So
Not how you're supposed to be buried.
So Phantasmal Killer still failed.
Oh, back to the shit damage.
So 65 of Teal's 120. But it's not looking so good on the Phantasmal Killer. Phantasmal Killer probably will get it first. Failed again. Wow, that's good.
nice.
And Phantasmal Killer again. Still failed. And that you are sure that you feel the magic release?
Either because he's dead or because he made the save. Can you tell that?
I'll say you're pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, so Clave awakens from his translate state entangled in the weeds that he's entangled in, and he turns and he says, "It's dead."
I'm afraid so is T-Hole.
So everybody other than Teal
Uh,
can make me a perception check to see if you can figure out where it ended up.
So
God.
let's see.
Bunch of nine.
What the fuck?
Well, I have disadvantage, so mine is actually a 3.
Yeah.
But
But optics.
so Clave is gonna turn to Zarius and say, "You see, this is why I wanted to wait."
Oh. This was. You will not convince me of anything. You could have done that from the beginning.
Do you know the risk that I would have taken? Yes, that magic is powerful, but it has been overcome before. Had I only turned one of them or half of them, we would have been in a much worse situation. And it's possible that it wouldn't have worked on any of them. They could have counterspelled, and then I would have not had the opportunity to do it and move the pillar. You know, Zarius, you speak of trying to help these people and trying to be noble, but you're the one that taught me that the lives of these others don't matter. What about Wrexham? Huh? Or the crew of the Lucianum that were killed in the attack that you could have raised but chose not to because they weren't worth it. So you don't have a leg to stand on.
At least stand on your legs then. And just walk away. It's like zero desire to speak with him.
So as this is going on, I'm going to search frantically around to see if I can get an inkling where T-hole is, where that creature is. Where he
So-
died.
So make me an investigation check.
Oh, that's not bad.
Right. So you are able to find it, but it takes some time to do it. Roll
Okay.
me a D6. Takes you 2 minutes.
Okay.
Giants aren't even all the way back to their original camp.
Do these weeds ever go away?
Yeah, they're gone.
Okay. I said Lucianum, but I meant Lilium Enchantress.
Yeah.
I think that was the name of the boat.
Yep. So you discover the snake is buried about here.
I'm sorry, where?
Or maybe it's, oh, I guess I'm on the wrong. I was moving the thing, so it was it has me on the DM layer.
Oh, okay. Over there.
So Clay will move over there as well.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start digging.
Do you have like a shovel or something? What are you using to dig?
Actually, Clave is going to start casting Mirage Arcane. Maybe that can help bring T-hole to the surface.
I mean, at the very least, you can create a pit that would reveal where the thing is.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But that takes 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And it turns out that that is still by far way, way faster than trying to dig 20 feet down in sand.
Yeah.
Without a shovel.
So Revivify is out.
Correct.
All right. Reincarnate.
It finally happened.
So you find the body of this giant snake. Flames are out.
Full T-hole. Or a D-hole, I guess, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know if the magic still holds, even on his dead body.
It would.
Yeah, I would assume it does.
Pull
So it's-
D-hole out of this snake here.
Pull the
D hole out of the
dragonborn.
B hole.
So you're more or less, yeah, you can do what you want. The easy way to get him out is probably to cut him out because it's still a 2,000-pound demonic snake.
Yep.
But
Yep.
you retrieve his somewhat cooked body at this point.
Okay.
What are you doing with it? Is it going to be a race? Who casts reincarnate and or raise dead first?
I don't know. I think it's a Dustin question.
T-Hole can't weigh in. Dustin can weigh in.
Yeah.
Correct.
If they reincarnate you or raise you, you'll obviously come back as the same character. You don't have to agree to come back at all.
Right. I think T-Hole would come back if he could. If he reincarnates, does he become an animal, or how does that work?
No, it's
No,
a
you come back as a-
D100 roll, and there's like random races.
Right. You don't know what you come back as in advance.
You know,
could-
there's gotta be,
You could be a rock gnome.
Yeah, because the list on the reincarnate spell hasn't taken into consideration all of the wonderful races that have been released since then.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So let's see if there's an updated reincarnate list.
Yeah, there surely is. I mean, I don't know if it's 100% up to date, but I don't use the PHP one.
Okay,
Okay.
here's one.
The one
as
I have
of-
has Arakakra. That's where it starts. It has the different kinds of Asimar. It has bugbears, centaurs.
So I have one that has been updated as of fall 2022.
Okay.
It includes Spelljammer races.
Right. Mine does not include Spelljammer races.
I think that's okay. Like, we don't have to talk about Spelljammer. We can leave that out of the might as a player say we can leave the Spelljammer races out.
Come back as a miniature giant space hamster.
You don't want to be a Hadozi?
Yeah, I
Thrycreen.
would roll the die on a reincarnate.
How about a Thrycreen though, you know? You get extra arms for that
Yeah.
punching, you know?
Yeah, but he still uses astral arms. So
You got them all.
The Emperor has returned.
that would be funny. Behold your emperor, and it's a bug.
Yeah, I would roll the die on reincarnate. And just see what race comes up.
I just saw your chat, Dustin. I don't know why, but that tickles me.
I haven't seen the chat in a while.
And we ain't crossed over 3 a.m. over this side yet.
Yeah, well,
We're getting there. We got 2 minutes.
I got it.
Oh
I
yeah,
gotta be
you
up
guys
in-
are an hour ahead.
I gotta be up in 3 hours.
So are you casting reincarnate? Because Dustin has to adjust his character sheet.
I mean, I'm absolutely ready to do it.
So then,
What does it look like
unlike
when you cast it?
Unlike raising the dead, reincarnation bypasses my house rule about having to do an ability check. It just works. So
Even
yeah,
better.
tell us what it looks like, and then roll your D100.
I like to think that I go to start preparing the spell, and Aurelia's like, "No, I got this," and you pull out the horn, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the horn's got it too." Okay, go ahead.
Alright.
And like it gets to a point in the ritual where like you're gonna need the diamond, and you're like, "Nah, I don't need the diamond. Hold on." I'm like, "Oh, what?" You know, if you could do it within the next 60 seconds, it might be something good for him. But if you wait too much longer, it's gonna be bad for him. If we're looking at the 3 a.m. thing, it's gonna
Yeah,
happen
that's
real
true.
soon.
That's true.
It's gonna happen real soon.
So we would have to move the remains of T-Hole's body into one of these houses,
20 seconds.
and then the room looks like almost like Leomund's. When I cast Leomund's, like it looks like looks like a room with black lights. So there's all these weird colors, and I see you. Stop that. And like smoke, and it almost looks like the void appears in the distance. And it gets really dark. And T-Hole's body just kind of vanishes, like it gets sucked into some kind of like into nothing, and then slowly starts to materialize again. So you want me to roll it, or do you want Dustin to roll it?
I think you should roll.
Oh, okay. All right, are we ready? Do we have any idea?
The blame should really be yours.
Okay, but is this the full list or no?
No.
No, I'm using
I-
a different one than what's in the PHP, so.
Oh, so I have no idea. I'm
Oh,
just gonna- all right.
so, you have yours, Kurt, that you're using?
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, so as the and this takes an hour, right?
I think so. Yeah, 1 hour.
Yeah, so everybody's like motion sick, and just if you're watching this thing, it's like you're about to throw up. It's like that episode of Psych when they go into the movie theater and they're like, I thought that ride was only supposed to be 5 minutes, and it was like an hour. And here we go. 66. Order 66.
Oh man.
Oh, no.
I have no idea what it is.
It is the most boring possible result.
A
You come
human.
back
Human.
as a human.
Reroll. Inspiration. Inspiration. Reroll it.
Yeah. It materializes back.
If
I
if
mean-
it was out of the book, it would have been a halfling.
Doesn't necessarily have to be the same human.
Correct.
Could be male or female.
True.
Yeah. I'm gonna think on that. I'll think on that and have an answer for next time.
I was really hoping for like Loxodon, which is on my list.
What nature spirits would thought that was a good idea? I like to think that it's like it seems random to us. We don't know what it's gonna be, but there's like
Right.
some deity somewhere that decides what it's gonna be.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, actually, I don't even remember like the Ravnica races, but they're on my list. So it could have been like, whatever Vidalkin is.
That's
Yeah, I would say as you cast this spell, it goes off as you imagined it, although the others, Clave and Zarius at least, you see sort of gathered behind Aurelia as she casts the spell, an image of what looks to be like a scorpion-tailed woman and a cat-headed man and a dog-headed man. And then you see there's somebody there that looks as if he's got bat wings and a bat torso, but a human head. And then you see a variety of other sort of spectral figures, all half animal, half human. But they vanish when the spell is completed.
Right, y'all be tripping balls.
do we know what that is?
No, you're not really sure what that is. They all look very disappointed when he turns out human, though.
If I had an action point, I would re-roll.
So that's where we'll wrap it up. There is a new naked human.
I wonder if, Dustin, do you know if you're gonna come back as a monk or are you gonna change it up again?
Well, he comes back with his
The same
existing
character.
class, and
Oh, right, for reincarnate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
you also have to go through all of your stuff that could possibly be destroyed by fire has been destroyed by fire. So not the magical stuff, that's all fine. Probably needs to be cleaned, but otherwise it's intact. But
Great, so
non,
T-hole's naked again.
right,
His natural form.
Yeah,
But
you
this
would
time he
notice
doesn't even have any clothes, like, to put on.
he would be naked. He's naked, and I would say, he's got still around his neck is the amulet. And it's kind of it has like a shine in the gems, like a light.
And then the necklace is shining too.
so I don't think T-Hole had magic clothes. So T-Hole may be naked for a while.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's gotta be something in these houses.
yeah, he had desert clothes. That's what he was wearing.
There's gotta be, yeah, I mean, there's gotta be clothes in these houses. His ass will be sticking out, cause that's where the tail's normally coming out at, but.
Well, technically, he still has seeming cast on him, so I can make him look like he has clothes on.
You know, how many perverts do that in town? They're just walking around naked and they have semen cast on them.
He could just be, look, he could be like Dr. Manhattan.
That's true.
Or, that's assuming he came back as a he or did not
That's
something
right.
else.
Yeah. Well, it's 4:07.
Yes, it is. I gotta
Yeah.
be up in now less than 3 hours.
So yeah, that is definitely where we're ending it.
All right.
Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you for sticking with us so late.
Yeah. Thanks for
No
running.
problem. Yeah, thanks,
Yeah,
Kurt.
good night, everyone.
Talk to you later.
All right.